Well, the sun is out and it's time to play game number 2 from Mike D. Lane Field here at Bank Independence Stadium. Benjamin Ray and Grant Wakefield with you live here behind the backstop, getting set for this second game where North Alabama hopes to rally after dropping game 1 on Friday night in the rain by a final score of 11-3. This game has been pushed back to a 4:20 p.m. local time first pitch. Due to all the rain we've had last night, we were unable to broadcast due to the rain. We do apologize for that, but we're happy to be back with you live today. This game was originally scheduled to be played at 2. Then they pushed it back to 3. Then eventually pushed it back to 4:25 due to the rain in the area. But we're playing on the all-turf surface, so it looks great out there. There was some pulling out in left field that they had to address, but other than that, the conditions are great to play college baseball now. Benjamin Ray and Grant Wakefield with you. And Grant, you were out here last night watching game number 1, and the Lions kind of got blitzed in the first inning. You look back at that final box score. Lipscomb played it 6 runs in the top of the first inning and never looked back from there.
Yeah, and it was a great night at the ballpark. Once the weather it kind of moved out yesterday afternoon and first night game here at the new Mike. But like you said, Lipscomb came out swinging early, early 4-pitch walk to the leadoff hitter for Lipscomb. That's what started the game, and then after that, the offense just kicked in hit after hit, eventually led to those 6 runs in the first inning, and that was all the Lipscomb starter Colt O'Brien needed to get through that ball game.
The big story for North Alabama, Jonathan Lane, he got a base hit last night to give him 205 hits during his 4-year career. He's currently tied with Josh Willingham for 5th on the school's all-time list, trailing Kyle Hubbock, Douglas Hargett, and James Barksdale in front of him. With a hit today, he could pass Josh Willingham for 4th on the school's all-time list. That would give him 206 career hits. And the captain's leading the team out on the field right now, and Grant, no better day than today for him to do it.
Absolutely, and it's a new day, right? That's the best thing about baseball is you get to play again, and for Jonathan Lane, it is a picture-perfect day in the black uniforms, the white pants, can do it on the home turf, which makes it even more special.
Feature starting lineups brought to you by North Alabama Online. I'll let Grant run through the Lipscomb batting order.
Leading off is the right fielder, Aaron Stelianis. Batting second, Brady Miller, the second baseman. Batting third, Parks Bauk, the left fielder. Batting clean up, the third baseman, David Coppage. Shortstop, Kai Holm, bats sixth. First baseman, Damian Kennelly Jr., he bats sixth, Jake Berg bats seventh. He catches. Designated hitter Ryan Austin bats 8th. Colin Goda bats 9th and plays center field.
Here's how North Alabama lines it up. The Lions donning their purple hats with the NA on the top, kind of like what I'm wearing if you're watching one of our social streams. Black jerseys with, it's across the chest there, Lions across the chest, white block letters, white block numbers as well. Matthew Delgado's behind the plate. Petey Krask is out at first. The captain, Jonathan Lane's at second base. At the hot corner, third base, you've got Bryant Loving. And then playing shortstop, the always reliable Leighton Jenkins. In left field, making his 9th start of the season, and let's take a deep dive, probably his first start in left field. We'll double check that. Ryan West. Manning center field today, it's Alex Wilson. Back out in right field, it's R.J. Howard. On the mound today, it's Anthony Pinchton. And Grant, he'll take the ball in game number 2. Tell us about Pinchton's line.
Yeah, he enters with a 2-3 record, making his 11th start of the season. Has worked 50 innings, 58 hits, 35 runs, 30 of which was earned. He has a 5.40 ERA, 35 strikeouts to only 17 walks. And last weekend against Austin Peay, he entered, and that one went 5 innings, allowed 8 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which were earned, 3 strikeouts to 2 walks last weekend up in Clarksville.
We're getting set to play game 2. You hear the Lions chattering, roaring from the dugout right next to us. Good crowd out there on the Purple Monster in the church parking lot. And we're set for another Atlantic Sun series. North Alabama needs this one. Benjamin Ray, Grant Wakefield. We've got Ty producing back behind us. Back at 93.9 the score. We've got Blair hanging out with us. And here we go. Anthony Pinchton toes the rubber, ready to fire the first pitch. Aaron Stelianis, the first batter he faces. First pitch of this ball game, right on time, 4:20 p.m. That's a first pitch called strike one. Game day weather. I'm showing right now at 4:20 p.m. 67 degrees, and I don't know what it is, but we see blue skies with some clouds painted around as that pitch is in there for a strike, or excuse me, a ball. It's a 1-1 count.
And the weather's just different from the time we got out here. It is vastly improved over the afternoon.
1-1. Hit on the ground towards short, and that sneaks into center field. Leadoff single for Stelianis. He went 1 for 5 last night. The Bisons are in business early on, trying to replicate their 6-inning first from last night. Brady Miller, the second baseman, digs in next. 3 for 4 with 1 run scored. Earlier this season against Lipscomb, Anthony Pinchton worked 3 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs all earned. He walked 3 and he struck out 3. He'll try to get back to that. First pitch to the second batter of the ball game. Fired in there for another first pitch strike.
Pinchton's worked ahead of both hitters he's faced so far, really attacking the zone out of the gate early.
I was going to say, Pinchton works relatively quickly on the mound. Long look home now. Comes with a low leg kick, the 0-1 in there. And he's got an 0-2 advantage. Miller, the true freshman from Oakdale, Pennsylvania. 3 for 15 earlier this season against North Alabama with a double and an RBI. Wide stance, the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Tipped into the mid, actually a Delgado. And Pinchton gets his first strikeout of the ball game.
Little good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Brady Miller. Pinchton really attacking the zone. Gets his first strikeout of the day.
Now Parks Bach. Right now, he's got a 17-game hit streak coming into this one. 28 hits during this stretch. He drove in 3 with a first-inning home run. Pinchton throws over to first. Kraska a low pickup.
That home run last night, Ben, it cleared the bullpen over in left center.
Wow.
It was a deep shot.
First pitch. And there's the first pitch ball from Pinchton. Of course, the left center's about 345, 405 to straightaway center. Down the line to right, it's 330. Pinchton comes back in with a strike. 1-1 count. And look at this. Bach with a word for home plate umpire, who quickly says, hey, that's enough. That's Luke Weems behind the plate today. Left field, 310. But, of course, you got the 20-foot purple monster, 15-foot, whatever it is. Again, the throw back to first. Pinchton nearly caught him leaning. The UNA dugout thought that they had it.
Stelianis over at first. He's really been getting a big secondary even before Pinchton will come set. Like you said, almost got him leaning there.
He's 4 for 5 on stolen bag attempts. He takes the lead. Takes off for second. Ball swung on, sliced in the air towards right, and it lands in the pine trees. So we'll reset to a 1-2 count. Last time against North Alabama, Parks Bach 2 for 9, 2 runs, a double. That came in game 2. Stelianis the lead. Pinchton fires. Chopper left side. Loving races in. Gloves loses the hat on the throw, and it's wide to first. Rolls to the fence. First to third goes Stelianis. He pumps the brakes there. Standing at second is Parks Bach. And a costly mistake there from Bryant Loving at third. Lions thought they had the second out. Instead, there's 1 out and 2 in scoring position for the Bisons.
Yeah, the slow roller from Bach was the only play Loving could have, and Looks like he kind of just rushed the throw a little bit, threw it wide, and Kraska wasn't able to come up with it.
David Coppage, the batter. His last 6 games, he's 0 for 21. Transfer from Virginia, his 4th season with the Bisons. Bison's trying to grab a first-inning lead for the 2nd consecutive game. Bison's wearing purple helmets, purple tops, white pants, purple socks. First pitch swinging, ground ball to short. This will plate the run. Jenkins clean throw to first. And right there, Coppage does his job, and the Bison strike first for the 2nd straight game. Stelianis comes around to score. Bonk has to stay at second. And Lipscomb leads this ball game 1-0. Tell you what, every now and then you get a cool breeze.
Yeah. Thought it was going to be a little chillier than it was today as well. Turns out to be a pretty warm afternoon.
The shortstop Kai Holm digs in. First pitch strike from Pinchton. 3 for 12 against North Alabama in the first round. Last night he was 1 for 5 with a run scored. Runner at second. Pinchton comes set at the belt. Fires a pitch in there for a strike.
Worked in with the fastball, the first pitch, that time a breaking ball, able to catch the zone. Really efficient here in this at-bat from Anthony Pinchton.
When we were setting up, it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
And we ran in to get some high-top chairs. 1-1 in there. Hammered foul above the Lipscomb dugout. Came back and the sun had appeared, and I thought, man, I got to shed some layers. It's pretty warm out. But now with the 10 up in the shade, it's very comfortable. Pinchton a 1-2 pitch right here, trying to escape the first. Fires it in there. High hopper. Pinchton fields just in front of the mound. Easy throw over to first for the 3rd and final out. Anthony Pinchton kept it on the ground in that first inning, but a costly mistake helps the Bisons play to run. We open up game number 2, and it's Lipscomb leading this one 1-0. You're listening to an A. Trailing Lipscomb 1-0 in game number 2 of this Atlantic Sun series. Here's how North Alabama sends them to the plate. Alex Wilson leads things off. The junior's hitting .271 on the season. O.R.J. Sherwood bats in the 2-hole with his 3 home runs. 2 of those have conquered the Purple Monster. He's the clubhouse leader for Purple Monster home runs. Petey Kraska's in the 3 spot. Matthew Delgado in the 4 spot. Those are North Alabama's top 2 bats. Batting 5th, you've got Wes Walker. Batting 6th, Ryan West out in left field. Batting 7th, the captain, Jonathan Lane, chasing history. Then you've got Bryant Loving batting 8th with Leighton Jenkins in the 9-hole. Grant Wakefield, tell us about today's opposing pitcher, Enrico Ramos.
Yeah, Rigo's making his 12th start of the season with a 2-4 record. 4 and 1/3 innings pitched. He's got a 5.76 ERA. 45 hits to 31 runs, 29 of which were earned. 49 strikeouts to 29 walks. He last pitched last weekend against EKU, went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, all of which was earned, striking out 3. or striking out 4 rather. But last time he faced North Alabama, went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, all of which were earned 5 strikeouts to 4 walks.
So here we go. First pitch to Alex Wilson. Shin high called strike 1. The lefty for the Bisons with the purple hat, gold L on the top. Of course, it's the wrong color purple. There's another called strike as Wilson falls behind 0-2, staring at the first 2 pitches.
New top half of the lineup for North Alabama. New lineup entirely for North Alabama today, but especially at the top this weekend.
That one's found back.
Had Riker Billingsley in the leadoff spot last night in Game 1. R.J. Sherwood moves up to the 2-hole this weekend. He was also there last night. And as you mentioned earlier, Ryan West in the lineup as well.
West in the right-handed batter's box. Wide stance. Awaits the 0-2 from the lefty. Stares at it outside to put a ball up on the board. I said Ryan West. I was thinking about all the new people. Alex Wilson, excuse me. Who changed my teleprompter? The lineup around. Jad Prakniak. The 1-2. Breaking ball that's in there. Freezes him up for a called strike 3. That's how North Alabama opens up the bottom of the first. So R.J. Sherwood digs in. Two for 9 against Lipscomb in the regular season, or not regular season, round 1 matchup up in Nashville. Smashed his first home run of the season, swings at the first pitch, strike 1. Ramos living in the zone early on.
Really working on the breaking ball as well.
His 0-1 downstairs. Sherwood goes fishing for it, and he's down 2 strikes. Here comes the 0-2, same pitch, swung on again and missed. Strike 3, throw down to first. Retires R.J. Sherwood. Enrico Ramos has thrown 7 pitches and 2 strikeouts.
Yeah. Been very effective in the zone, and a lot of it being done with the breaking ball.
So here's Petey Kraska stepping in. Hitting .326 on this season. He was really good against Lipscomb up in Nashville. He swings at the first pitch, right to the first baseman, McNeely Jr., and he's able to win the foot race to the bag. Lions go 3 up, 3 down, a pair of strikeouts, 1 inning complete. It's Lipscomb 1, North Alabama 0. This is UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Anthony Pinchton's back out for the second inning. Lions trail this ball game 1-0, hosting the Lipscomb Bisons here at Bank Independence Stadium from Mike Lane Field. Tell you what, we missed the game underneath the lights last night. Grant, you watched from left field on the wall. What was it like?
It was incredible, and it's really cool just to see everything under the lights, because with all the construction going on, there's nothing else around it, so all you just saw was the baseball field. That was pretty cool. And as the TV side in me made me even more excited to get out here to be able to broadcast on ESPN Plus next season.
Damian McNeely Jr. leads off. He was 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored last night. Chops the first pitched foul. Of course, you were thinking about your camera placements, all that fun stuff. People ask, why are these games not on ESPN? Well, it's an unfinished product. They're still working on it. Still a lot of things to complete. One of those is the ESPN wiring. A lot of the conduit has been laid. Wires have not. Fiber's not been run yet. Pinched him with the 0-1. Tipped back into Delgado's glove. Pinchton's ahead 0-2. But rest assured, as soon as we can get out here, we will be out here.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, not this year, but next year, hopefully. Fingers crossed, we're good. Pinchton looking for his first strikeout, the 0-2. Gets him looking cold. Strike 3, Anthony Pinchton. Correction, his second strikeout of the game. First of this inning. Opens up the second with a freezer.
Picks up right where he left off in the first, really attacking the zone. That time able to get Keneally with the breaking ball. Froze him on the outside corner.
Now the catcher, Jake Berg, digs in. 0 for 2, but he did score twice last night. The lefty awaits the first pitch from Pinchton. And a first pitch ball. Seventh batter Pinchton has faced, and wouldn't you say second first pitch ball?
Mm-hmm.
He's lived in the zone so far. One 0 inside. The appeal down on the check. He did not go. And Pinchton's down 2-0. Last night stopped a modest 4-game hit streak for Berg. He came into this one pretty hot. 6 for his last 14. There's a strike. Nice frame job from Delgado, and it's a 2-1 count. Berg was 3 for 11. Round 1 up in Nashville against North Alabama. Base hit in all 3 games. 2-1. Pitched in low and away. It's a 3-1 count. Jenkins plays right behind the bag at second. Jonathan Lane's in shallow right field. Home plate umpire calls time. Oh, the gate in left field where the batter's cage resides blew open. So they had to take time to get that closed.
Did that as well last night. At one point during the game, Gavin Oswald was the designated one that had to sprint out and close it real quick.
Matt Gallagher, athletic trainer, says, I got it, guys. You save your legs. What do we got, a 3-1? Tipped back, and Pinchton comes back to load it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes for our first full count dance today. Lights already on here at Mike D. Lane Field. Depending on how late this one goes, we might see it fully underneath the lights. The payoff. Struck well towards right. Sherwood retreats. He's at the warning track, and he watches this one sail towards the construction zone. 1-out home run from Jake Berg. Make it 2-0 Lipscomb. For Berg, hammers home his 3rd home run of the season.
That time in a full count, Pinchton left a little bit of that one just over the zone enough. Berg able to put a good swing on it, hits that one. And like you said, into the construction zone.
Bison's enter top 5 in the league in most every category, included 2nd in home runs. First pitch slow, ball 1. That was they hit 1 home run last night? 2 home runs. So it was the 112th home run of the season. They trailed just Austin Peay. It's the first right field home run I believe I've seen here. Pinchton comes back with a strike. Just a note of programming. The Atlanta Braves have a first pitch of 6:15 today against the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll get you out to Atlanta as soon as we can. We'll keep you updated. Here from Florence, the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Pinchton's got a 1-2 advantage. Not just because we want to keep you updated, but also because Grant and I are diehard Braves fans, and we'll have the game on right here as well. Double feature later on tonight. Jenkins shifts to the second base side of the second base bag. Pitch low inside, and Pinchton evens it up 2-2. Bryant Loving plays where the shortstop would traditionally play. Now Jenkins backs up into very shallow center field. North Alabama almost playing with 4 outfielders in center and right field as Jonathan Lane's in shallow right field as well. 2-2 from Pinchton. In the air towards the left. West underneath it. Has it for out number 2. And the 9-hole hitter, Colin Gotta, digs in. One for 3, but he drove in 4 runs last night. So this is Ryan West's first ever game in left field. His first ever out in left field. Started 2 games at third, 4 in right. So not his first time ever in the outfield. A 1-0 count. Fastball low, make it 2-0.
Hi, this is Christy with J.C. Hammond Sons. Did you know that J.C. Hammond Sons
2-0 count.
customers achieve ideal home comfort?
Gotta digs in. Pinchton. Gets a strike in there, and it's a 2-1 count now. You get 4 runs from your 9-hole hitter. You'll like that. Gotta was 0 for 4 against North Alabama. In game 1, as Pinchton just misses that one outside. He's in a 3-1 hole. The Lincoln Memorial transfer. 3rd team all South Atlantic last year after hitting .362 at the Division II level. First year in the Atlantic Sun, 3-1 he takes, and we've got another full count duel.
1 RBI for Gata last night. Came off a sacrifice fly. So he was able to have a couple of productive outs in driving in those 4 runs.
Pinchton hoping for different results on this payoff. Here it is. Low ball 4. So we go back to the top of the order here in the 2nd inning. Aaron Stelianis singled to lead off, and he'll get an at-bat here in the 2nd inning.
He also homered in last night's game as well for Lipscomb.
Throw over to first.
And his home run being that one hit about 3/4 the way up the netting.
Oh, wow.
On the monster. So both home runs were deep shots for Lipscomb yesterday.
Runner takes off for second. Throw from Delgado on the high pitch. Oh, that's on the money. Tag applied by Jonathan Lane, and the inning is over. Delgado guns out the runner. He beat him by a mile. Jonathan Lane applies the tag. Anthony Pinchton works around the walk. So the Bisons get a solo home run, and we move to the home second. North Alabama trails 2-0. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. For two, I'll tell you what, the Lions have worked around the weather this weekend. First pitch on Friday was originally scheduled for 6 p.m. No, 7 p.m., excuse me. Then it was pushed back to 8 because of the rain. They didn't really know if they'd get it in. Depending on who you asked, it started raining for around the 6th inning, 7th inning, 8th inning, or 9th inning. We got different answers from everybody.
In my time here, I left after the 7th inning, but it started raining somewhat towards the start of the 7th, and then it just got heavier over the course of the inning.
So Delgado digs in, 1 for 4, a run scored, an RBI as well. He doubled last night. It's been a very productive bat for North Alabama. First pitch, just at the knees, called strike 1.
He's one, Ben, you mentioned earlier that Berg's home run to right was the first right field home run we've seen. Matthew Delgado got eerily close yesterday, hitting one just to the right of the foul pole.
He's got a 1-1 count now, excuse me. Delgado has been on a tear. In April, he's hitting .315 with 19 hits. Takes that one upstairs. He's got a 2-1 advantage. But even more impressively, North Alabama has scored 73 runs over the last 13 games. He's accounted for 29 of those 73. Fly ball towards right. This is shallow, towards the line. Stellianis, he's there. He's got it for out number 1. And Wes Walker digs in. At Bank Independence Stadium, Wes Walker is now 10 for 17, 10 hits. Now in 5 games played here at this venue. Swings in the first offering, strike 1. He was 1 for 3 last night. He started with a big series against Bellarmine. He went 2 for 3. In the first 2 games each, 2 for 3, 2 for 3, then 3 for 4. He had 7 hits in that series. Another swing and a miss. He's down 0-2.
First time we've seen him, or at least I have seen him hit from the right side, Ben.
Very rarely do we see him lefty-righty matchup. Here's the 0-2. He chops that. That was right back towards me. I would have had to leap to make that. I can't leap like I used to, so that probably would have been a base hit. Pitch upstairs. We've got a 1-2 count. The freshman from Priceville, Alabama. Waits the 1-2. He stares at that one, and he's got an even count, 2-2. That was close.
Good take there. You saw kind of in the early at bat with Alex Wilson, some of the top pitchers at the top of the zone were getting calls. Great eye from Wes Walker there.
2-2, fault foul. Hit the bat twice. Hit the ground, shot up, hit the bat again. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 to Walker, who's battling. Breaking ball away and down 0-2. He's worked it back full. This is the first full count a North Alabama hitter has seen.
Good at bat from Wes Walker here. Seen some pitches, great takes, but also been fouling them off. Big pitch here.
Payoff. Check swing, but he fouls it back. So we'll reload. And now, Grant, we see kind of his signature move. He immediately looks back towards the clock. And he'll wait as late as possible to step in. I feel like that's something you don't see from a freshman. Great poise. Second time with the 3-2. High fly ball, left field. Home went back. Now he comes in. He races way in. He's got it in the infield for out number 2. Ryan West gets an at bat here. West this season 1 for 7 against lefties, making his 9th start of the year. He's had some clutch hits. Bats with 2 outs. Ooh, that one's high. Ball 1.
No bigger for West than that go-ahead double in Game 3 of that Austin Peay series a couple weeks ago.
Swings at the second pitch. Little pop towards left center. Got a long run over towards the gap. He says, I got it. Right in front of Bach, and there's the third and final out. A 3-up, 3-down frame for Rigo Ramos. And we move to the third. Lipscomb 2, North Alabama nothing. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Here we go, third inning for Mike Delane Field here at Bank Independence Stadium. Benjamin Ray, Grant Wakefield, and what has turned into a lovely Saturday evening, a cool breeze blowing. Blue skies, white clouds painted around, and that beats what we've seen the last 36 hours or so where it has rained. This series has worked around the rain, and this is the best part about this new park. Got here today talking with all the coaches. They said, hey, a lot of rain, not a lot of work.
That's what some of us were talking up in the church parking lot about last night. Is with it being turf, you can get it in. At the old park would have had a lot of field work that had going into it. Maybe even questionable if we would have got last night's game in. Maybe this series as a whole, but just tells you about how good this facility is.
So it's Aaron Stelianis back at the plate. He's got a fresh count, first pitch. Breaking ball low, strike 1. He was at the plate when the 2-out walk was thrown out, stealing second. Great play by Matthew Delgado. Pinchton's thrown a lot of first pitch strikes. His second pitch hammered towards center. Wilson initially stepped back. Now he comes in right in the heart of the Lionhead. He has it for out number 1. As Pinchton continues to settle in, North Alabama trails 2-0. Game number 2 of this Atlantic Sun series. The Lions have not led. Lipscomb has scored in the first inning in both games. They have not had to look back. Don't know if it's this gravel pit we're sitting in, just the general springtime allergies, but I've got quite the tickle in my throat, and I don't find it very funny. First pitch to the second batter, line drive to second. Brady Miller shoots it right to Jonathan Lane. Easy little leap for out number 2. 1 pitch, 2 outs for Anthony Pinchton.
Van Pinchton in this one, that was pitch number 38 for him. 26 of them have been strikes.
Parks Bach. He reached on an error, helped create the first run of the game for the Bisons. Pinchton will have a quick 3-up, 3-down frame. Comes inside to the righty, ball 1. Pinchton set at the numbers. His 1-0 fastball, that's in there to even the count up 1-1. You can look around the park, you still see a lot of construction to be done. But when it is done, it's going to be super nice. 1-1, that's low. Home plate umpire says it's a 2-1 count. That might have bounced in front of the plate. Count now stands 3 balls, 1 strike.
Don't know if it's the rain or not, Ben, or players actually cleaning it off, but home plate doesn't seem to have that many turf beads on it, as we're accustomed to.
3-1. Chopper, left side. Loving lets Jenkins field. Gloves, throws on the run. Nice play for the third and final out. Anthony Pinchton bounces back nicely. A clean 3-up, 3-down frame. We move to the home third. Lions looking for a run. It's Lipscomb 2, North Alabama nothing. This is Atlantic Sun Baseball, and you're listening to it on 93.9 The Score. Lion Bats looking to get going here in the home third. North Alabama trails this ball game 2-0. Game number 2 of this Atlantic Sun series. Lions trying to bounce back after last night's game 1 loss, 11-3 final. The man leading off, it's Jonathan Lane, 1 for 4 last night, drove in 2 runs. But most importantly, he racked up his 205th career hit. That's 4th all time on the school's list. Ties him with his old friend, Josh Willingham, for 4th most. Base hit right here, and he can take sole possession of 4th. Of course, Josh Willingham's high school team that he's coaching now, Mars Hill, had a big win last night. Move on in the state playoffs. I believe they beat Red Bay.
To advance to the semifinals, just one win away, or a series win away, rather, from the state championship series down in Jacksonville.
Captain Jonathan Lane takes the first pitch for a ball. Lane, statistically, one of UNA's better leadoff men, hitting .350 when leading off an inning. Fouls that one back, and he's got a 1-1 count.
You kind of seen the first 2 hitters go down via strikes for North Alabama in this one, but every out after that has been a ball put in play. Lions are getting some good at-bats here in this one, and hopefully the captain can finally break through in the hit column.
1-1 low at the knees. That's a called ball. Count stands 2 balls, 1 strike to the cap. Two 2-1 low. And it's evened up 3-1. Lane hammers this towards center. Long run for Gata, slows down towards the gap in right center. And he has it to retire the captain. Will try to find that milestone hit his next time around. So the leadoff man's retired for the 3rd time for North Alabama.
Lane got in a hitter's count there, found him a pitch to hit. Drove it well, but got to the center fielder, was there to make the great grab.
So Bryant Loving digs in, 1 for 4 last night. He awaits the first pitch from the lefty. Ramos fires a first pitch ball. Second pitch again high. And Loving has a 2-0 advantage. It'd be nice to get Loving's bat going. He was off to a great start to this season, but his last 13 games now just 5 for 43. He was hitting .241 before this little slump. Now his average hovers around 186. Stares at one away. He's got a 3-1 advantage. And he draws the walk. Good eye, kid. North Alabama gets the Lions' first base runner of the game.
Both Jonathan Lane and Bryant Loving to start this inning are seeing some pitches from Ramos. Had entered the inning with only 23 pitches. Now, that was pitched 34 already, just through 2 batters, had seen 10 pitches.
So Leighton Jenkins steps in. He went 0 for 4 in the 9-hole last night. First pitch he sees. Swings, hammers this towards the left. Bonk came in, and it's over his head. Bounces towards the purple monster. Takes a bounce into right center. Loving chugging around third. Takes a tumble. The relay, head first slide. He's in there safe. Leighton Jenkins, a 1-run double. Loving laughing as he comes back in after taking the tumble. Either way, he scored, and Leighton Jenkins continues his clutch hitting, make it a 2-1 ball game, UNA Trails.
That's what I was just about to say, Ben. How many times have we said in a big moment, Leighton Jenkins is up. He drives in a run for North Alabama. He does it there, flips the lineup card over. It's a one-run ball game here in the third.
Loving threw me off. He took the tumble, and I didn't know if he would make it. He was still able to recover and score. So Jenkins stands at second. That's North Alabama's first hit of the game. And a rejuvenated Lion lineup comes back around for the second time as Alex Wilson was a strikeout victim his first time up. Ball low in the turf, gets away from the catcher. The appeal around, he did not go, ball 1. It rolled up the third base line, so no chance of an advance for Leighton Jenkins. Wilson, big cut. It's got a 1-1 count now.
It'll be interesting to see, Ben, kind of as this game goes on. We talked about it in the Bellarmine series, but second time these teams have played, second times you see the same pitchers over again. And you play, this is probably the 5th, 6th time these hitters have been through the lineup against these guys. Be interesting to see any adjustments that are made.
2-1 again, swung on. Missed. Correction, it's a 1-2 count. No scoreboard in right center yet. I think this week they'll start work out there. We've still got to track our own balls and strikes. The 1-2 again swung on. You hear the pounding of the nets. Called strike 3. 2 outs, tying run at second, and it's R.J. Sherwood. Sherwood, a .250 hitter with runners in scoring position. Struck out his first time up on 3 pitches. First pitch. I think that's that same pitch he struck out on, a little breaking ball that drops in the zone. Strike 1.
Lefty on righty matchup, so you see it come all the way across the zone. You see it for longer. Sherwood just not able to connect.
Oh, this ball's hammered towards left. This has got a shot. This ball conquers the Purple Monster. R.J. Sherwood into the promised land to give North Alabama the lead. A two-run bomb with 2 outs here in the third. And R.J. Sherwood gives North Alabama the Lions' first lead of the weekend. No doubt about that one.
How about R.J. Sherwood? You said it at the beginning, the clubhouse leader in home runs over the Monster. He got absolutely all of that one. That time he saw the breaking ball all the way into the zone and absolutely crushed it.
Petey Kraska follows. He shows bunt. It's a called strike. You know where we are? We're on the third base line, Grant. It's hard for us to see balls. We lose them in the 10. It's just a tough angle. So you follow the flow of action, right? There's the second pitch to Kraska on the ground towards short, fielded, thrown over to first for the third and final out. Wrapping up that thought, I just followed Parks Bach in left field. He just turned around. That's when I knew that was over.
Yeah.
The Purple Monster. R.J. Sherwood knocks his third home run of his career over the Purple Monster for the season. He picks up home run number 4, and he gives North Alabama a 3-2 advantage. New life for the Lions. We move to the fourth. Good guys on top. North Alabama 3, Lipscomb 2. You're listening to UNA Baseball. You're listening to it on 93.9 The Score. Anthony Pinchton works with the lead for the first time. North Alabama 3, Lipscomb 2. We open up the fourth inning, and here to work with the lead and tell you all about it, I hand things off to Grant Wakefield.
Thank you, Ben. We play here in the top half of the fourth. Gorgeous day here at Mike Lane Field at Bank Independent Stadium. 70 degrees is what our friends at Tennessee Valley Weather say. Pinchton's first pitch to Coppage, the Bison third baseman's downstairs for ball 1.
That shows just how unpredictable weather is. At one point, it was 70% chance of rain all day.
Yeah.
At one point, it's supposed to be 58 during this game. What would you say, 78?
70.
70. It's a comfortable 70.
The 1-0 is fouled right into the UNA dugout, sent some folks scattering down the line. Our friends Ryan Adams and Chase Glover also in the dugout due to the rain and kind of the dampness of the air. Make sure all their equipment stays dry. 1-1 to count now. Coppage grounded out back in the first. Pinchton works out of the stretch regardless, with or without runners on base. Here comes the 1-1. Slice, that'll hook down for a base hit into right field. Sherwood will run infield, wide turn from Coppage at first. The back throw behind him. Just unable to get him. Kraska had to stretch for it, could not connect on the tag. And a leadoff base hit for Lipscomb.
Third time in 4 innings, the leadoff man has reached. Now, the 2 previous times came around to score.
Mhm.
So we'd like to change that narrative. Here's Chad Pratniak wants to come out and argue that the back tag got him.
It was one that was kind of so Lane, the second baseman, was shifted, closer to second base. So it left a big, wide open hole on the right side of the infield. That one fell down and took about 3 or 4 hops before it got to R.J. Sherwood in right. But I was genuinely surprised, Ben, to see Coppage make that wide turn at first. But a heads-up play from R.J. Sherwood.
Bisons have been pretty aggressive at first base today, long leads. Delgado's already thrown out one batter. Pinchton's had a couple good moves over to first, so maybe North Alabama expected that.
That'll bring up Kai Holm, the Bison shortstop. Ground out victim his first time up. Slow pick off to first. Coppage. As they thought, Coppage had stepped off the base. It's Kraska having a few words with first base umpire Greg Hendricks. Now a balk called on Pinchton, and will allow Coppage to advance to second.
And Jab Pratniak out for an immediate ward. Now the throw over to first, he had to do because the pitch clock was at 1 second. So he realized that and he just turned and threw. And I did not see anything to indicate a balk right there. Now, I'm also not great at spotting balks, admittingly.
Coach Pratniak gets his word from third base umpire Randall Hunley. And Pinchton wanting an explanation as well. Looks like he gets it. Now there's a runner on second with nobody out. Here for Lipscomb.
Lions got to protect this lead. A lot of work to do.
First pitch downstairs at the knees, called strike for strike one. First pitch, rather, to Kai Holm.
Such a series of unfortunate events. You get the pickoff called. I didn't see if his foot came off. UNA felt it did. And instead, you get a balk seconds later. Runner at second.
Pinchton set at the numbers. Fires in a breaking ball, fouled over to third base dugout. Nice grab by Levi Jensen over here in the dugout.
Hey, former UNA catcher. He's still got
Absolutely. Pinchton, after the balk, has worked right in there. It's 0-2 now.
And even caught that with David Mervis reaching out. He's got those long arms. Jensen said, my ball.
0-2 to Holm. Pinchton sets. Long look at second. Here it comes. Breaking ball. Just misses outside and runs the count 1-2. Pinchton will look at his armband. He toes the rubber. Comes the 1-2. Fouled into the netting. We'll do it again.
Holm grounded out to Pinchton his first time up.
Damian Kennelly waits on deck for Lipscomb. Pinchton sets again. Here comes the 1-2. Fly ball hit into left field. West going back at the track at the wall. He looks up. It hits off the top of the paddock. Coppage had to hold up. He makes it to third. He'll hold there. Back-to-back hits for Lipscomb. It's a double this time from Kai Holm. They have 2 runners aboard with nobody out in the fourth.
I didn't have a great angle of it to see how high it hit, but West took it as far as he could to the wall. But great job from Alex Wilson of playing it off of the bounce. He was able to prevent that run from coming in. If Wilson does not go over there, it's a tie ball game.
Yeah. And with that ball being in left field, Coppage had to hold up and stay at second. And so he wasn't able to get a good jump on it as well either. Damian Kennelly steps in.
Still nobody out. Tough spot right here.
First pitch to him. Catches him on the inner thigh. That also caught Delgado behind the plate. But now the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the fourth.
Caught him on his inner right thigh, the back leg, as he tried to jump out of the way. And in the process, I guess it caught Delgado on the forearm.
Mhm.
He's tough. Home plate umpire Luke Weems works with Delgado, lets him recover. But now, ground ball, let's figure out a way to get two.
Coach David Mervis will walk out and have a conversation. For the second time, Delgado's kind of been caught by a ball yesterday in the first inning, was hit by a pitch. That ball also ricocheted off of Berg, the Lipscomb catcher, but eventually was called back because of a balk prior to that. Some confusion in the early part of that first inning last night. Coach Mervis, Pinchton, and Delgado all out on the mound with this conversation.
David Mervis has done a great job with this North Alabama pitching staff. Need to go run the full numbers, but you just look at the staff ERA right now, 5.41. And you think, well, 5.41, that still seems pretty high. That's a very good number. Last year, the Lions were 7.00. Go all the way back to 2023, the first year for this staff. You're talking about an ERA that's set at 8.70, so cutting it from 8.70 to 5 in 3 years.
First pitch now to Jake Berg, the Vicing catcher downstairs for ball one. He homered into the right field bullpen his first time up. Also, you talk about this pitching staff, and it's one last year as well, significantly cut, or added the strikeout numbers, significantly cut the walk numbers from year one to year two last year.
When you're not extending lineups with free passes, good things can happen.
Kraska will field this one on a hop. Oh, he lost it. He was going to come home with it. The throw to first, not in time for Jonathan Lane. And now an infield single. And we are tied at 3.
He wanted to come home with it, had great position, and just pulled it from his glove. And as he went in the windup, the ball just popped out. Now, he had a nice recovery, and Coach Pragniak's going to come argue that the Lions got the runner at first, but I don't think Lane was there, had his foot on the bag yet, but still he'll plead his case. That's just a tough break right there.
Yeah. It was a perfect ball, too. It was a high chopper. Kraska was going to be able to field mid-air, set his feet, and throw. Would have had enough time to get the force at home. Just unlucky break, unfortunate. He lost it. Now still nobody out here in the fourth.
Coach Pragniak chatting with first base umpire Greg Hendricks. I from my view, I feel like Lane's foot was not on the bag yet. I think the flip was in time. Kraska very upset with himself. I don't know if how wet the turf is. You know, it has rained a lot. Was that ball a little slick when it came out of his glove?
I know last night there was a diving play. I believe it was the shortstop home for Lipscomb. He went to make a kind of a sliding stop at a ball, and you were able to see water kind of fly up. I don't know if that's still the case today with letting it kind of dry out a little bit as well. But also a heads-up play from Jonathan Lane to be covering first to even have a shot at that one.
All right, tied up at 3, still in this jam, nobody out.
Same thought here as well. Kraska and Loving in on the corners. Lane and Jenkins back for a double play in the middle. Fastball from Pinchton to Ryan Austin outside for ball one.
Now, these next two hitters, your 8 and 9 hole hitters for Lipscomb, drove in 5 runs last night, so they've got a chance to add to the damage and give Lipscomb the lead back.
No. Breaking ball in the dirt, gets away from Delgado. Here comes a runner home. There won't be a play. Every runner will advance a base, and Lipscomb leads this one 4-3.
That one just hopped up, and Delgado had a juggling act. Didn't have it when he tried to break from home, and it led to it popping back up again. If he grabbed it the first time, he could have made it back in time. But the bases are no longer loaded, but you still got 2 in scoring position.
2 runs across already for Lipscomb here in this one. Pitch from Pinchton. Catches the outside corner for strike 1. It'll be a 2-1 count now.
I told you wrong, Grant. Don't ever trust me on balls and strikes.
The infield single to Bird credited with a single on that play to Kraska. 2-1. Outside for ball 3. It'll be a 3-1 count now to the designated hitter for Lipscomb. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Austin really upset with himself after that one, but a good pitch from Pinchton there.
Full count battles have not gone Pinchton's way. A home run and a walk. We'd like to change that narrative here.
Payoff. Downstairs, ball 4, and the bases are loaded once more.
All 4 have reached 3 hits. All 5, yes, excuse me. 3 hits. 2 have been free passes, a hit batter, and a walk. Still nobody out.
Back where we were just a moment ago, bases loaded. Corner infielders in, middle infielders back. Lions just need an out here in the 4th. Pinchton will face Colin Gata, the center fielder. Fastball bounces in, a great stop from Delgado. It's a 1-0 count.
Grant, it looks like Gavin Oswald is up and throwing in the North Alabama bullpen, just beginning his warm-up tosses. Pinchton's really missing low right now. A lot of balls buried.
The 1-0 to Gata. Swung on. Hit. Jonathan Lane catches on a leap. Great play from the captain to save a couple of runs. 1 down here in the 4th.
That ball wasn't hit as hard as it looked, and Lane was able to time up his leap to snag it. I thought he'd have a shot at getting over to second, but Berg at second. He was pretty smart and did not move, but maybe that's an out that can get things going.
That's the out North Alabama needed. Now just a ground ball away from getting out of the jam. Corner infielders will stay in for North Alabama, and the lineup card flips over to Aaron Stelianis. First pitch he sees, fouled right at home plate. First pitch strike from Pinchton.
We saw it, last weekend with the diving catches?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that can ignite North Alabama.
Midweek.
Midweek,
Yep.
yeah. That feels like a long time
it does.
ago.
It does. Stelianos singled and scored in the first, fly out in the 3rd. This time, the ground ball back up the middle. Lane steps on second for 1, on the first, in time for the double play. Jonathan Lane does it all this inning for North Alabama, and the Lions escape the jam, but Lipscomb will score 2. It's a 4-3 ball game. Lions look to get the run back as we go to the bottom half of the 4th. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Welcome back to Mike Lane Field at Bank Independence Stadium. Grant Wakefield, Benjamin Ray on hand with you. Our producer is Ty Coulter here on site. Blair back at the station at 93.9 The Score. As we enter the top half of the fourth, Ben, want to wish a special happy birthday to Kevin Johnson, the voice of the Florence Falcons. You hear him on 93.9 The Score. Happy birthday, KJ.
Yes, happy birthday, KJ. Good call, Grant. KJ, a big friend of UNA, big supporter of UNA athletics, a UNA grad, the voice of Florence High School, the voice of Lauderdale and Colbert County, the voice of the Shoals, I call him. He's done so much for local high school sports in this area. Been a big impact in my life going back to church, youth. He's been my minister forever, so happy birthday, KJ.
Matthew Delgado leads things off for North Alabama. He watches a first pitch strike from Rigo Ramos, who's in there for his fourth inning of work. Rigo's worked 3 innings, 2 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned. Gets a swing and a miss there from Matthew Delgado. That's quickly an 0-2 count to the line catcher. The 0-2, breaking ball, just misses outside. It's a 1-2 count now. Second time through the order for North Alabama. Delgado flew out to right his first time up. Lions looking to get the run back that Lipscomb took the lead with in the top half of the fourth. Breaking ball misses down low for ball 2. The 2-2 grounded right back up the middle, through for a base hit. Matthew Delgado aboard with his first hit of the ball game. 3rd hit of the day for North Alabama. And right where you want it to be if you're North Alabama.
And that's exactly what you want. Hey, you just gave it up. You're trailing again. But then one of your team leaders, a team captain, comes through, gets things started.
Time called as a few Bisons will scurry to the bullpen out there in right field. Wes Walker steps in, once again hitting from the right side so far today. Fly-out victim his first time up as well. Delgado a short lead over at first. Ramos sets first pitch to Walker. Fouled away. That might have caught a piece of everybody. Everybody will kind of take a deep breath. The catcher, Berg, home plate umpire, Luke Weems. Walker, the true freshman from Priceville High School. Priceville, Alabama. Fouls that one away. He's behind the count 0-2.
You mentioned earlier, Grant, we haven't seen him bat from the right side very often. He's had just 19 at-bats against lefties versus 77 against righties, hitting about 220 from both sides of the plate.
Very balanced hitter in Walker. Looking for his first hit of the day. The 0-2 is chopped. Slow roller to third. That one will stay fair. The third baseman fields and does not have a play. Swinging bunt from Wes Walker, but it works out in back-to-back hits for North Alabama. Has 2 runners on and nobody out.
You know, I started wondering up the line, which way is this ball going to roll? You don't have dirt to deter it, to force it one way or another. The old stories at the old mic that the foul lines are kind of curved up to keep balls in play. That was my immediate thought. No chance of it there, and you'll take that.
Ryan West steps in. He flew out back in the second as well. But another clutch moment could be awaiting Mr. West here. First pitch he sees, upstairs, ball 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung on, hit foul out of play. And Stevens account 1-1. West looking for a big moment here. Number 37 versus number 37. Both players wearing the same number. The 1-1 misses high. My staple on my game notes has come apart. I'm having to hold some pages together here.
Might go flying.
2-1 to the line left fielder. Ramos set at the belt. The pitch popped sky high. Shallow right field. Right fielder Stelianos comes in. He makes the grab. No chance of a tag from Delgado. There's one down here in the line fourth.
All right, Captain can get a milestone hit. He can pass Josh Willingham. He might tie this game up yet again. This is who you want up in this situation right here.
Big moment for Jonathan Lane. Lions trail 4-3. We play in the bottom half of the fourth. Lefty on righty, the first pitch. Check swing. Home plate umpire Luke Weems says he went around. That'll be strike one. Oh, 1 to Lane. Ramos lone look at second. Stays looking at second. Now he pitches. Swings, soft liner into right field. This could be trouble. A second baseman, Miller, will field, throws to first. Hard collision at first. And Lane is out, but will advance the runners to second and third.
I cannot believe Brady Miller got there. Little flare, I thought it was just soft enough to drop down, but apparently too soft as Miller was able to show his range. But then the throw was a little wide up the line, so it kind of took McNeely closer to the orange bag, the safety base.
Yep. I was going to say, that's kind of the first time we've kind of seen that be a key factor in that, because if there was just a normal one base at first, that could have been a lot different result in that one. Bryant Loving steps in. He walked and scored back in the third. First pitch he sees, a breaking ball in there for strike one. Loving, a 167 hitter with runners in scoring position, but 273 with 2 outs, and there's another base hit. Delgado will score. Stop sign put on for Wes Walker. And Bryant Loving comes through, and we're tied at 4.
Bryant Loving needed that one, needed some confidence. He's a great young man, plays hard. He's had some tough bounces, some good at-bats. And there's that fight from North Alabama.
We see it a lot. And again, the Lions have tied it up at 4 here in the fourth.
And it's clutch. Leighton Jenkins up with a chance to give UNA the lead.
He got North Alabama on the board back in the third thanks to a RBI double. He swings and misses at a ball in the dirt for strike one. He hit that double kind of where the left fielder Bauk is playing right now, and he had to backpedal a little bit and then just wasn't able to catch that one. Jenkins hit it really hard, swinging and missing a breaking ball for strike two, and he's down 0-2 now. Oh, 2, 2 outs, runners on the corners, 4-4 ball game. Long look from Ramos to first. Now look to third, the pitch. Breaking ball, swung on for strike 3, and the inning is over. But thanks to Bryant Loving, North Alabama plates a run, and we're tied once again at 4. We go to the fifth, 4-4, here on 93.9 The Score. We play in the top half of the fifth. 4-4 your score. North Alabama and Lipscomb doing battle this weekend on Mike Lane Field at Bank Independence Stadium. Looking at the ASUN standings, Austin Peay leads the Gold Division at 19-3. They've clinched a spot in the ASUN tournament already. Lipscomb at 14-8 is in second. Central Arkansas, North Alabama tied at 10-2. If I'm not mistaken, UNA does have the tiebreaker over Central Arkansas thanks to that early series in the season. Bellarmine at 7-15, they are in fifth. EKU 6-16, they are in sixth. And we see EKU next weekend here at the new Mike. Final home series for North Alabama 1 week from now.
Chase Glover just tells me top 4 get in. So North Alabama right now would get in, but 4 games remaining, still in the hunt.
As the first pitch from Anthony Pinchton, he faces Brady Miller, who made the big play on Jonathan Lane back in the bottom half of the fourth. He watches the first pitch strike.
New ball game, tied up at 4. Be nice to see Anthony bounce back with a quick frame.
Pinchton's 0-1, swung on a miss for strike 2. Brady Miller had North Alabama's number back when they played up in Nashville. Yeah, he hit the go-ahead double to put Lipscomb ahead in the game on March 29th. Lipscomb ended up winning 6-5 in that one. The 0-2 now. In the dirt for ball 1. Miller strikeout and a line out so far. He lined out to Jonathan Lane back in the third. The 1-2. Swung on a miss for strike 3. Third strikeout of the day for Anthony Pinchton and a big first out here in the fifth.
Great bounce back after a little bit of trouble in the fourth. And not even trouble, just bounces that didn't really go your way. It's good to see Pinchton get that first down.
This is the 20th batter Pinchton has faced. He's thrown 72 pitches over the course of today. Pitch 73 will be the first to Parks Bauk in there for a fastball and strike 1. Bauk 0 for 2 today, reached on an error back in the first, grounded out to end the third. Pinchton's 0-1. Here it comes. Down to the dirt. Evens the count, 1 apiece. Fastball in there for strike 2. It's a 1-2 count now. Pinchton looking for a big second out. Here in the fifth, he'll step off and regroup. Looks like the pitch clock was winding down there again. As I did say, the clock did run out, so it's a 2-2 count now. Saw a couple of pitch clock violations last night as well. The 2-2 now. Upstairs, ball 3. The 2-2 once more. Swung on ground ball. Jenkins will field near towards center field. Oh, he can't come up with it. It'll squirt into center field. Wide turn from Bauk at first. And he's in there with a 1-out base runner for Lipscomb.
It's a play you're accustomed to Jenkins making. think he kind of had a little bit of trouble setting his feet before he fielded it.
Mhm.
Almost like he sat on top of that.
See how they score that one.
That's one of those. I'm glad I'm not the official scorer.
Will go down as a single, and that will be the 23rd game, or excuse me, 22nd game in a row that Parks Bauck has reached. That is 12, still 12 off. This is the first pitch fouled off to David Coppage, but still 12 games off of Jake Berg's 34-game hit reach safely streak in the 2023 season. So Bauck did take the day off in the midweek against Tennessee Tech. So the streak's still intact at 22 for him. Coppage hits now, pickoff attempt. Bauck in safely. Coppage ground out in the first inning, singled and scored to lead off the fourth inning. The 1-0 misses high. That's ball 2. A 2-0 count now. Excuse me, a 1-1 count. Pinchton will step off. Pitch clock was at 3. He'll make the mandatory throw over to first. We'll reset.
It's the third or fourth time we've seen the clock sneak up on him.
1-1. Breaking ball. Catches the top part of the zone for strike 2. Pinchton's once again ahead in the count. It's a 1-2 count.
And really, to me, the first time we've seen the pitch clock be a factor
Mm-hmm.
this year.
You know, some conversation last night was the Lipscomb hitters taking maybe too long to get in the box. I know Coach Pratniak had that conversation. Coppage ropes this one, but fouled on the third base line.
The only pitch clock located back behind home plate on the first base side of home plate. Pitchers can see it. And home plate umpire Luke Weems actually asked the third base umpire, Randall Hunley, if it had expired.
Pickoff attempt almost gets away from Kraska, but he's able to corral it. That foul ball from Coppage, it was right in the line through the door of the dugout where I could see right down the line. I actually was able to see that one land.
We've got a little center block wall of the dugout blocking us.
1-2 upstairs for ball 2. Runs the count back even. Bauck had to get back in a hurry. Delgado almost threw it down to him. We're even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on first. We're tied at 4 here in the 5th. 2-2. Fastball called. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Second strikeout of the inning. 4th of the day for Anthony Pinchton. And a big second out here in the 5th.
Love the fire Pinchton's come back with. Bats are working hard. Give them a chance in a tie ball game 4-4.
Kai Holm bats now. He's 1 for 2 on the day as well. Doubled and scored back in the 4th. Grounded out to Pinchton in the 1st. This time it's a ground ball. It's foul past the third base bag and rolls harmlessly down to the corner.
Almost hit the front left corner of the bag. Bryant Loving had an eye on it.
Comes the 0-1. This time grounded to Jenkins. He'll field on a hop, go the short way to second for out number 3. Anthony Pinchton will work around a 1-out single and lead the score where it's at. A new Lipscomb arm will come in. We'll tell you more about him when we come back. 4-4 your score here on 93.9 The Score. Half of the fifth here from Florence. Grant Wakefield, Benjamin Ray, Ty Coulter on hand here with you. Blair back at the 93.9 The Score station. The day is done for the Lipscomb starter, Rigo Ramos. Another lefty will enter. It's Jake Lynch. Ben, what can you tell us about him?
He's been the most used arm out of the bullpen. This is his 21st appearance, and he's pretty good. 33 and 2/3 innings, 42 hits, 19 runs, only 10 of those earned. 36 strikeouts to 7 walks. He's 2-2 on the year and boasts a 2.67 ERA. Threw twice against North Alabama. One outing, he gave up 1 hit with 5 strikeouts over 3 innings. The second outing, game 3, he recorded just 1 out with a strikeout. So this is North Alabama's 3rd time seeing him.
Right where you want to be. If you're North Alabama here in this one, Alex Wilson will lead things off.
He's had 24 strikeouts in 24 innings of work. He's given up just 4 runs in ASUN play.
Pinch hitter for North Alabama, Riker Billingsley enters. He went 1 for 5 yesterday with a run scored. He led off for North Alabama.
Grant, was that a late substitution?
I believe so. First pitch from Lynch in there for strike 1 as Wilson was the announced hitter. And then look up and Riker Billingsley picked up the bat and stepped in the batter's box. Second pitch from Lynch. High chopper to the shortstop. Fields on a big hop. Will throw to first in time for out number 1.
Thought it took a big enough hop on the second bounce where Billingsley, who can fly, could reach. Strong throw from home, and that's able to retire the leadoff man for North Alabama. Lions have scored in each of the last 2 innings, so it'd be nice to really get something going here.
A man that can do that in one swing, and he's already done it today. That's R.J. Sherwood. First pitch from Lynch. Fastball catches the zone for strike 1. Sherwood homered in the 3rd. That gave North Alabama the lead momentarily. Next pitch he sees, breaking ball in the dirt for strike, swung on and missed for strike 2.
Programming note, it does appear that they are starting in a rain delay in Atlanta.
We'll get you out to Truist Park once we're through here. The 0-2 to Sherwood, swung on a miss for strike 3. Ball gets away from the catcher Berg. He'll throw down to first to complete the strikeout. 2 quick outs here in the Lion 5th.
Looked like that same breaking ball that was giving RJ trouble his first AB. Now you got a couple of excellent 2-out hitters, and Kraska and Delgado due up.
Matthew Delgado catches R.J. Sherwood on the way back to the dugout, asking for some advice on the new Bison arm. Kraska hits, ground ball into the 5-6 hole, backhand from the shortstop. Home will throw, long throw, gets away from the first baseman, Keenely. But the catcher Berg there to come up with it, and Kraska's aboard with a 2-out base runner for North Alabama.
The big fellow was running hard out of the box. The throw, while it sailed wild, was backed up by the catcher Berg, preventing an advance. So there you go, a costly 2-out mistake. Can you make him pay for it now?
Delgado will hit. He singled and came around to score last inning in the 4th. First pitch to him, fastball up and away for ball 1. Delgado, line drive, base hit into center field. Lions will go station to station and two-out singles. As Lion has a runner in scoring position for North Alabama.
I don't mean to brag on myself, Grant, but I did call that. Kraska, a 323 hitter with 2 outs. Delgado, 286 hitter. That's 2 of the best numbers for North Alabama. Now it's a big spot for the young freshman, Wes Walker. Could put North Alabama back on top.
He'll hit from the right side again. 1 for 2 on the day with a single. Swung on a miss at a breaking ball for strike one. First breeze we've kind of felt in a while just went by. The 0-1 swung on a miss for strike two.
I don't know how it is out in the sun, but where you and I are, we could not ask
No,
for better
it is-
conditions.
It
has
very
been
comfortable.
ideal. All I'm missing is a little hammock.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We've complained about our conditions out here a lot. Not today.
The 0-2, high chopper on the infield. Could be a tough play. The shortstop, home will field. Nice play, throws on the run to get Walker at first to end the inning. Two out singles for North Alabama, but nothing to show for it on the scoreboard. We're tied at 4 and go into the 6th. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. We enter the top half of the 6th. Mike D. Lane Field at Bank Independence Stadium. Anthony Pinchton back out for his 6th inning of work. He'll face the 6, 7, 8 hitters for Lipscomb. And run down the box score real quick. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 runners left on base for the Bisons. 4 runs on 7 hits, 1 error, and 4 runners left on base for North Alabama. A very evenly matched game as we play on here in game 2.
Lions have had a great bounce back. Led briefly, 3-2. Here we are, tied up at 4. Now for Pinchton, you've had 2 shutdown frames essentially. Really need a third right here. It's been a great outing from him, I feel like.
Entering his 6th inning of work. He did that last time against Bellarmine on April 19th, a couple Saturdays ago. First pitch to Keenely, swung on a miss at a breaking ball, and a first pitch strike from Pinchton.
It's that aggressiveness he's had today, a lot of first pitch strikes.
He comes set at the numbers, the 0-1 rather, so now makes it 0-2 after Keenely swings and misses at another breaking ball. The 0-2. Line drive, that'll get down for a base hit into center field. Damian Keenely picks up his first hit of the afternoon, second time he's reached. The 8th hit of the ball game for Lipscomb.
Leadoff man getting on has been big for the Bisons. Third time today. He's scored all 2 times previously.
Bring up the catcher, Jake Berg. Time called, and we'll get, looks like Keenely will put on a arm sleeve over it first. Or the oven mitt glove or some sort of protection. Now we're ready to play. Jake Berg, the hitter. He's 2 for 2 with a homer, single, and 2 RBIs. Lions looking to get him out for the first time today. Pinchton's first pitch to him. Fastball outside, ball 1. Yesterday, Berg 0 for 2, but 2 runs scored. Today, 2 for 2. He watches 1-0, missed outside on a breaking ball. It's now 2-0. Got a righty up and throwing in the UNA bullpen. It's 2-0. Fastball catches the top part of the zone. It's 2-1. Pinchton, lone look at first. Now comes set of the letters. The 2-1. Just misses on the outside corner. It's a 3-1 count now.
Don't feel like we've seen a lot of 3-1 counts today, but when we have, I feel like Pinchton's worked it back full. Just 2 walks issued.
3-1. Outside, ball 4. Back-to-back base runners reach here in the 6th for Lipscomb, as Ryan Austin will step in now.
And again, it's kind of this back half of the order. You look back at the 4th inning where the first 5 came around to reach when they scored 2 runs to tie it, or to take the lead, rather. I mean, Friday night you have 5 RBI from your 8-9 hitters, so the back half of this lineup really producing this weekend.
Time called, and Delgado will walk out to the mound. P.D. Kraska will join him. So now here comes Coach Jad Pragniak, and could this be the end of the line for Pinchton?
Pinchton's really battled today, but this may not be a spot to battle out of. This may be a situation where you turn it over to the bullpen.
And Coach Pragniak will make the signal to the bullpen. A righty will come in for North Alabama. Day is done for Anthony Pinchton. A job well done for the Lion righty. We'll tell you about the new arm when we come back. 4-4 your score here on 93.9 The Score. Back, everybody. Top half of the 6th here in Florence. New arm on the mound for North Alabama. Luke Davenport will answer the call to the bullpen. Ben, what can you tell us?
Out of primary relievers, he's tied for the 2nd most innings of work. This is his 11th appearance out of the pen. He's worked 20 2/3 innings, carries a 2-1 record, and a 3.05 ERA. In those 20 innings and 2 outs, he's given up 13 hits, 9 runs, 7 of those earned, 22 strikeouts to 19 walks. And Grant, he was really sharp pretty much in every outing this season. Gave up 2 runs to Alabama, 2 runs to UAB. Has only given up 2 earned runs in his 5 A-Sun appearances. 3 of those have been against Alston P. So here we go. Big spot here. He'll try to work with the 2 on in a tie ball game 4-4. This is where you use a high leverage arm like this.
Big moment here as there's 2 runners on and nobody out. Davenport will finish up his warm-up tosses. Now we're ready to go.
Final line on Anthony Pinchton. 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of those earned. 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Of course, his line's not over. He's responsible for the 2 men aboard.
Ryan Alston steps in. He is 0 for 1 on the day. Walked and was cut down on an inning double play back in the 4th. First pitch, swung on a miss at a breaking ball. Righty on lefty matchup. Davenport long look at second. He comes set at the belt. The pitch. Alston squares to bunt. Ball in the dirt. Great block by Delgado. No runners were able to advance. It'll be an even 1-1 count now.
Delgado's working really hard behind the plate today.
Long look at home for Davenport. He comes set. Now a long look at second. Another look. Now fires home. Alston squares to bunt. Fouls this one away. That's a 1-2 count now.
So it's the bunt attempt out of play now.
One, two, the count. Loving will play in on the corner here at third. Kraska will play behind the bag at first. We play behind the runner. Here comes the 1-2. Slow chopper. That one will roll foul on the first base side. We'll do it again. Davenport a deep breath after he got a new baseball from home plate umpire Luke Williams. Stands on the back of the rubber. Long look in at the pitch count. Comes set at the belt. 1-2. Breaking ball. Just misses away. The count's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Programming note, no official word on a delay yet for the Braves, but they have not had any sort of warm-ups. Nobody on the field right now.
I would expect the same weather that moved through here this morning now making its way through the Atlanta area. It's 2-2. Chopped foul. We'll do it again.
You follow any SEC baseball or softball, it feels like every series in Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia has been delayed.
Mm-hmm. Weather really wreaking havoc on the southeast this weekend. The 2-2 once more from Davenport. Here it comes. Swung on a miss for strike 3. Luke Davenport records his first strikeout of the day and a big first out here in the Bison 6th.
Good battle after the bunt was able to be dropped down. Foul ball after foul ball after foul ball. Finally, Davenport found his out pitch.
That'll bring up Colin Gata, the center fielder. Walk and a line out so far to his line. He's 0 for 1. Also was caught stealing back in the second as well. Back pick to second. Keenly in there safely. Davenport's first pitch to Gata. Breaking ball at the knees for strike one.
Davenport lost the hat on the release.
A couple times we've seen that from Davenport this year as well. I remember the Austin Peay series that happened quite a bit. The 0-1. Chopped to the third baseman Loving. He fields it in foul territory. And Davenport works ahead 0-2. Davenport will come set, give a long look to second. Back to home. The 0-2. Pops sky high. On the infield, Davenport, Kraska, and Delgado will give chase for it. Matthew Delgado, the catcher, makes the grab for out number 2. And big 2 outs from Luke Davenport here in the 6th.
And it was a good thing that Delgado found it because Kraska was charging down the line and had to move out of the way. But one more out as the top of the order comes around, and you're out of this jam.
Aaron Stelianos steps in. He's 1 for 3 on the day.
Where'd this breeze come from?
It makes it a little bit more chilly. Stelianos grounded into the double play to end the 4th. He watches a first pitch fastball down low for ball 1. The 1-0 from Davenport. Excuse me, swing right back to Davenport. He'll run it halfway to first, flip to Kraska to end the inning. The true freshman enters and gets 3 big outs to leave runners on the base paths for Lipscomb. We're tied at 4. We head to the bottom half of the 6th. This is UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. We welcome you back to Mike Lane Field at Bank Independent Stadium. Grant Wakefield, Benjamin Ray, Ty Coulter on hand here with you. Blair's back at the 93.9 The Score station. Thank every one of you for tuning in, however you're watching or listening to this broadcast. On the radio, 93.9 The Score. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch as well. However you're consuming us, we thank you for that. Ryan West will lead things off. He's the North Alabama left fielder. First pitch from Jake Lentz. Hey, excuse me, swing. That takes a funny hop. That's going to be a tough play at first. They won't have a play. Little miscommunication between. Oh, and they're going to say third base umpire Randall Hunnelly is going to come in and call that a foul ball off of Ryan West's foot.
Pragniak immediately out to argue it. West staying at first.
The pitcher Jake Lynch immediately threw his hands up once that ball rolled fair.
And they're going to send the batter back.
There's an 0-1 to Ryan West now. That one, I will say, did have a weird-looking spin on it. That one hit towards the first base line. They immediately rolled back to Lynch on the mound. Or Lynch, rather, that was charging in. 0-1 misses down in the dirt. Evens the count 1 apiece. One now. Upstairs, ball 2. Jonathan Lane, the captain, waits on deck. Comes the 2-1 to West. Swung on a miss for strike 2.
Really got a battle here. The break didn't go your way, but don't lose this.
Lynch working quickly. The 2-2 downstairs, ball 3. That'll be, I believe, the first full count from Lynch today.
I was just scanning. UNA's not seen very many.
Lynch entered at the top half of the 5th for Lipscomb. The payoff, chopped foul, right over the UNA dugout, into the netting. And we'll do it again. Some clouds beginning to form off in the distance, but looks to be moving away from us here on campus at UNA. The payoff once more. Inside, ball 4.
Hard work from Ryan West, especially after you felt like you should have already reached. But hey, you know what? End of the day, you're still standing at first.
Absolutely, and that brings up the captain, Jonathan Lane. 0 for 2 today. Fly out and the ground out so far. He is 1 hit away from moving to 4th all-time on the UNA hit list. He'll come in a big moment here. First pitch from Lynch to Lane almost hits him in the foot. He had to jump out of the way of that one. That's ball 1.
Went to show bunt. Came back inside. And Coach Prackniak calls an offensive timeout. He wants to talk this through with everybody.
Ryan West, Coach Chris Blakey will sprint over from first as well. On deck hitter Leighton Jenkins and Bryant Loving, rather, will join this huddle. Big moment here. We'll see what Coach Prackniak can draw up.
So we'll continue to monitor things in Atlanta. They are starting in a rain delay, so we'll stay here in Florence, where for now, knock on wood, sunny blue skies, little patches out there in left field. You just stay over there in left field. We've had enough rain.
Looking at the radar, got some storms up in Lawrence County, Tennessee.
You know, I think it was Thursday as well that baseball moved to practice around. Afternoon showers were supposed to come in, and they didn't. And it's just so unpredictable in April, May.
And with the heat, you kind of get in the territory of those summer thunderstorms as well. Lane shows bunt again, almost hits him in the foot again. It's a 2-0 count.
Lynch might be a little rattled right now after the leadoff walk.
Time called, and Coach Jeff Forehand will sprint out for Lipscomb. He's the head man.
They've got a big name on the bench, of course. Jeff's been around for a very long time, leading the charge,
season.
19 seasons. But they've got Luka Dudai in there. Braves fans will remember his tenure with the New York Mets, Atlanta Braves as well, very briefly, but it was 2018. He hit one of the hardest balls I've seen at Truist. It was a foul ball. It was smashed. I think it left the park down the right field line. My Braves friends and I, that's what we always talk about with him.
Some of several former Major League guys you see on college staffs. I know Tim Hudson made an appearance down at Auburn a couple years ago. as a pitching coach. 2-0 to Lane. He squares to bunt again. Misses inside again. It's 3-0 now.
That one almost got him on the fingertips, I think. So do you show it a fourth time and try to draw a ball four?
See what Lane does here. Ryan West will lead off at first. He will show bunt, pulls back, downstairs, ball four.
Grant, how many consecutive balls is that from Lynch? Is it 6 or 7?
I want to say 6 because it was a 2-2 count to West.
That's right. That's what I was.
So he threw ball 3 and 4 to West, and now 4 straight to Lane. So you other college baseball fans, the unconventional ball 7 chant you can start.
So if you're Loving, or are you thinking, just leave this bat here?
Loving did have the big RBI single to tie the ball game. He squares to bunt. Great bunt down the third baseline. Oh, and it rolls foul. Great bunt from Loving. And the third baseman, Coppage, fielded that one just outside the foul line.
It was inching towards decision time where you either got to jump on it to try to get the out or let it roll. And he grabbed it in foul ground. If he's there a step earlier, bases are loaded.
Yeah. Looks like we'll see if Loving will square around to bunt again. Looks like Coach Bagnac trying to play a little small ball to get the lead back here in the 6th. Lynch comes set, Loving squares. Oh, and it hit him. That one got him on the hand. And they're going to give him first base.
The elbow. Pitch was a little behind him and wild. And as he squares to bunt, that left elbow is kind of flaring out a little bit, and he could not get out of the way. As Lynch has had some location issues, he was down in tight a lot to Jonathan Lane. Just struggling to locate, and that got Loving square on that elbow, and I know that's not very funny right now.
He's one that the UNA hitter that does not hit with an elbow guard. He'll take the slow walk to first. Matt Gallagher was out to check on him. Leighton Jenkins will step up now, and with the bases loaded. The Lipscomb coaches there were wanting an explanation of could that be called a strike if Loving was around, and home plate umpire Luke Weems says no, it caught him on the elbow.
You go back the last 10 games or so. This is the man you want up. He's had a lot of clutch hits.
Yeah. That ball misses high, so 8 of the last 9 pitchers have gone for balls from Jake Lynch. That'll fire up the North Alabama dugout.
And I don't know if he knows where it's going when it leaves his hand. That for Lane, they were all down at his toes. For Loving
hit him.
It kind of inside, caught him on the elbow, and that one was a mile high.
Yeah. Catcher Jake Berg and third baseman Coppage will walk over, have a conversation. Double barrel action. Actually looks like one up and throwing, another just kind of lightly tossing. Over in the Lipscomb bullpen.
North Alabama, 255 hitting team with the bases loaded. Leighton Jenkins, 1 for 6. He's had more opportunities than anybody.
Coach Forehand will make the trek back out to the dugout, and that will be the end of the line for Jake Lynch. A righty will enter for Lipscomb. We're tied at 4. We'll tell you more about the new arm when we come back. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score.
Colin Bosley Smith, the new pitcher for the Lipscomb Bisons, making his 17th appearance. He's worked 20 innings, scattered around 15 hits, been tallied for 13 runs, only 6 of those earned. 18 walks to 23 strikeouts. He has a 2.70 ERA. And Grant, he takes over for Jake Lynch. And Jake Lynch in Atlantic Sun play has been very, very good for this Lipscomb team. In A-Sun play, he's given up just 4 earned runs in 12 appearances, including 1 earned run in his last 6 games. So North Alabama's got a chance to really break open against one of the best relievers in the league, with a runner on every bag, and Leighton Jenkins slated to be the first line to greet him.
He is. Lynch, that is, and responsible for the 3 runners at our own base. So we'll see what the Lions can do. Leighton Jenkins steps in.
So Leighton Jenkins, over his last 10 games played, now 12 for 31. And this started in game number 3 against Alston P. He's hitting nearly 390 during this stretch. How about he's brought his average from 160 to 205, 45 points. And we've already seen him drive in 1 run with a double. See what he does right here.
We're going to break this one open. Bases loaded full of Lions. Nobody out. First pitch from Smith. Way upstairs for ball 1. Excuse me, 2-0. As there was the first pitch from Lynch to Jenkins.
And it was a mile high upstairs.
The last 2 have missed way upstairs to the Lions shortstop. The 2-0 upstairs again. It's 3-0 now.
Another Lipscomb pitcher coming in wild. And just a little note, Bryant Loving, during that pitching change, came over laughing, smiling, cutting up. Good to see.
Absolutely. You tell the energy up in the dugout for North Alabama. Big moment here. 3-0. Upstairs, ball 4 in the Lions lead. A 4-pitch walk to Leighton Jenkins will drive in Ryan West. It's 5-4 North Alabama on top here in the 6th.
Leighton Jenkins again, another clutch late inning RBI. This one ties or gives North Alabama the lead, as you just mentioned. And that's the second 4-pitch walk.
Lineup card flips over to Riker Billingsley. We'll see what he can do. There's the first pitch strike. First strike we've seen in 2 hitters from a Lipscomb arm. Billingsley, he entered in the 5th, ground out victim. His first time, fouls that one away. That one caught the top part of the netting and bounced all the way back into play. Bosley Smith, 3rd pitcher of the day for Lipscomb. The first time these line hitters will face him. The 0-2 now. Swung on a miss for strike 3. First out of the inning, and it's a strikeout to Riker Billingsley.
And it looks like a pinch hit try right here. R.J. Sherwood will not come up for a 3rd time. Chad Pratniak will turn it over to Nash Rippon.
I think this will be a kind of a situational move for Coach Pratniak. Sherwood, a righty, will be facing a righty in Bosley Smith now, a lefty, and Rippon will step in, kind of get the favorable matchup.
Rippon 2 for 5 with the bases loaded this season.
First pitch he sees, breaking ball outside for ball 1.
Rippon 11 hits in his last 10 played.
1-0. Swung on a miss for strike one. Evens the count, one apiece. One to Rippon. Down to the dirt, ball two. Rippon started last night. Played in left field, went 1 for 4. Entered today in a pinch hit role, and he's in a 2-1 count with the bases loaded here in the 6th. Here it comes. Swung on a miss for strike two. Two to Rippon. Here it comes. Fastball catches the outside corner for strike three. After walking and hitting the bases loaded, Lipscomb has come back with back-to-back strikeouts with the bases still loaded.
All right, so now you got the two great two-out hitters, Petey Kraska and Matthew Delgado. They tried to start the two-out rally back in the 5th, actually. Chance to do it again right here.
See if Petey can come up big. Smith's first pitch to him. Swung on a miss. Big swing and a miss for strike one.
Kraska's 1 for 1 this season with the bases loaded. As I mentioned earlier, he's a .323 hitter with the 2 outs on the board.
One more depth for the Bison infield. The 1-0, or 0-1, excuse me. Upstairs for ball one. They appeal down and thought Kraska might have gone. He did not. Kraska last night roped a double in the first inning for North Alabama in the right center gap. Had a couple of other solid contacts. This one, big swing and a miss for strike two. Big moment here. 1-2.
Good hitter, Pete.
Here it comes. Down to the dirt for ball two. And we're even at 2 apiece.
Come on, Petey. Come on, Pete.
You hear the words of encouragement from Matthew Delgado, who waits on deck. 2-2 now. Downstairs, ball three. And watch out, it's a full count with the bases loaded. Let's see what can happen. Runners will go on the pitch. Petey can knock one in the gap. This could be a big moment for the Lions. Here comes the payoff. Upstairs, ball four. Second time this inning the Lions have walked in a run. It's 6-4 North Alabama.
Unbelievable at-bat from Petey Kraska. Down to his final strike. I believe it was 1-2, and he stared at the next 3 out of the zone. 2-run cushion now. Matthew Delgado's already done it once. Let's do it again.
Matthew Delgado. He's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. First pitch he sees, a breaking ball in there for strike one.
5th walk of the inning. Can't do the math. 5 walks equals 2 runs. Baseball math.
This one downstairs for ball one. Evens the count, 1 apiece. And it's always a thing in baseball. You usually see it. Leadoff walks usually come around to score, and that one did in Ryan West. 1-1 now to Matthew Delgado. Big swing and a miss for strike two.
Here we go.
Delgado will take a long walk out of the batter's box. Will walk outside the little turf circle around home plate. He'll step in now. Here it comes. Fastball outside. It's 2-2. 2-2, bases loaded. 2-run ball game. Here it comes. Ground ball on the left side. Third baseman Coppage will field, go the short way to second for out number 3. But the Lions, thanks to 5 walks and a hit by pitch, strike for 2 in the inning. They lead this one 6-4 as we go to the 7th here from Florence. This is UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. We enter the top half of the 7th. Good guys are on top, 6-4. Here with you, Grant Wakefield, Ty Coulter, Blair back at the station, and here to take you the rest of the way home, the voice of the Lions, Benjamin Ray.
Thank you very much, Grant. Good job getting us to this point. North Alabama leads it by a score of 6-4. Top of the 7th inning. If you're tuning in to 93.9 The Score to hear the Atlanta Braves game, they are in a rain delay. They have not started. We'll keep you updated and get you out to Truist as soon as they set us first pitch time. But for now, we're with you here from Mike D. Lane Field at Bank Independence Stadium. Luke Davenport, he's the pitcher for North Alabama. He got the final 3 outs of the 6th inning. His first pitch upstairs to Brady Miller for ball 1. Bison struck first in this one. They scored a single run in each of the first 2 innings to go up 2-0. They led wire to wire in game number 1, second pitch of the inning. Breaking ball in there to even the count up 1-1. North Alabama finally grabbed the first lead of the series in the 3rd inning thanks to a 2-run home run from R.J. Sherwood. That was over the left field monster. 1-1, breaking ball again in there for a strike. It's a 1-2 count. Lead was short-lived as the top of the 4th saw the Bisons go up 4-3, but UNA answered a single run to tie it up at 4. We had no score in the 5th. Top half of the 6th, nothing. Then the Lions off the 5 walks scored twice. That's where things stand with a 6-4 lead as that one's in the turf to even the count up 2-2. Both teams' starting pitching was pretty good. Now we'll see whose bullpen can hold up. The Bisons have already given up 2 bullpen runs. A couple more than that. Now North Alabama and Luke Davenport try to finish this one off for Anthony Pinched. Davenport long Lipscomb is 2-2. Breaking ball on the ground, foul up the 3rd baseline. Pinched was tagged for 7 hits, 4 runs, only 1 of those earned. 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. He was pulled in the 6th after a single and a walk. That's when Davenport came in and got the final 3 outs. Another try with the 2-2. Breaking ball a bit upstairs. We've got a full count. Blue skies showing, and it's a wonderful sight. Some white clouds painted with some dark gray in them. A couple different shades of blue. There's some baby blue way out there past the science building. Sky blue directly above us. Payoff. Low ball 4. Miller comes back to work the walk, and he's aboard for the first time after having a 3-hit day last night. Cool little breeze blowing. I might have to pop my jacket on. It feels pretty good out. So 1 aboard for Parks Bunk. Good crowd out in the church parking lot. Battled the weather conditions, a couple delays. Who'd have thought after all the rain it'd look as great as it does out? Davenport after the walk. First pitch. At the knees, called strike.
Shout out to the crowd, too, that was there last night. Been a good crowd before the rain came. Came up even with a late night start.
Lions under the lights for the first time on a Friday night. We were unable to broadcast due to the rain, threat of rain. Oh, and that got him on the back foot. He's down in pain right now. They're looking at his right leg as he lays across home plate. And they're looking at his knee. I did not realize it got him that high. Oof. That is tough. His head coach takes the knee right next to him. Lays a hand on his chest. Looks like they're ready to help him up. He gets all the way up to his feet, gingerly walking up the line, and he's in some pain.
Been a mainstay for Lipscomb. This would be career game 178 for him.
Wow.
147 at Lipscomb. 3 seasons at Lipscomb, spent another season at North Texas Career College prior to the coming to Nashville.
He's still standing in foul ground, trying to run right now. You know, it's great to see him running. You never know how that knee is going to react to something like that. Tell you what, broadcasting in a construction zone, I've had more on-air sneezes than ever. Outdoors in a construction zone, it gets a little dusty, excuse me. We don't have a cough button out here. So he's stretching around. The trainer's headed back into the dugout. Jan Pragniak calls time. You know, also for Parks Bauck, you don't know how that's going to feel tomorrow.
Yeah. Be interesting to see not only tomorrow, but kind of as the day goes on, how does it feel when he runs? How does it feel if he goes back into the dugout, sits for a while? Like, he's the third hitter in the lineup for Lipscomb, and who knows, he may get another at bat today. We'll see how it progresses to now.
And Lipscomb takes a timeout. They want to talk things through. We might see a pinch hitter here for David Coppage. Single back in the fourth, had an RBI ground out his first time around, drove in the first run of the game for the Bisons. That base hit in the fourth snapped an 0 for 22 stretch. So for the second straight inning, Luke Davenport will work with 2 aboard. I'll tell you what, poor Parks Bach, he's had to go everywhere. Went to the dugout for that after getting hit. Maybe it's helping him stretch it out. Coppage kicks the turf around like it's the dirt. Some things never change for batters. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. North Alabama leads this ball game 6-4.
Davenport was great that last inning when he entered with traffic on the base pass. See if he can replicate that here in the 7th.
Coppage turns to bunt. And that one called Delgado. It ricocheted up into his glove. And now Jan Pragniak, Matt Gallagher out. They'll check on Delgado, who's down on his knees, trying to get some breath back. Now he'll roll over. They'll try and stretch him out a little bit. Delgado's had a tough day behind the plate.
He has. Really taking a beating back there, but he's been a mainstay for North Alabama this season. Captain, the upperclassman leader for North Alabama.
You know, who knows with eligibility?
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know. But he's a guy you'd love for them to come back and say, hey, we found an extra year. Lions went out trying to get a catcher. He was a very late addition. And he's probably been much better than they could have ever hoped.
Yeah.
And he's still down, trying to stretch it out. Trying to get his breath back. And now Parks Bach has rolled up his right pants leg as they put some sort of application on it. I can only assume, I know you're not supposed to assume, maybe some icy hot or something like that. Delgado gets a golf applause from his dugout. He'll catch a couple pitches. And I'll tell you what has happened in this game. Somebody, somewhere, said this game is moving.
It was not me. We've definitely seen some delays and some other activities down the stretch here in this one.
So Delgado will tough it out. He'll stay in. Let's reset the situation. North Alabama leads at 6-4. Runners on first and second. We're in the top of the seventh. Nobody out. Davenport has walked a batter and hit a batter. And it's an 0-1 count to David Compage. He squares to bunt. Can't get it down. Make it an 0-2 count. So now is the bunt off?
We'll see, but kind of a first pitch situation we haven't seen at the new park. Davenport lost the ball coming from Delgado because of the sun that's now beginning to set over home plate.
The 0-2 delivery. Low and away, ball one. You know that they've tried to avoid starting games at 6 o'clock because of this sunset right here. Beaming down into the pitcher's eyes, beaming down into left field and shortstop. When the press tower is built, you've got some tall pine trees back there as well. It might help a little bit. Davenport's 1-2. On the ground towards short. Jenkins under him, flip to lane for one. His turn to first. Not in time. Coppage was flying. Lions get one out. That puts runners on the corners. And the shortstop, Kai Holm, digs in.
You kind of saw the hit by pitch kind of still wearing on Balk there. He got about halfway, realized that he was out. He just fell straight to the ground.
Kind of a slow toss from short to second. Lane had a good turn. Lions could not turn two. Holm doubled back in the fourth, reached on a fielder's choice to end the fifth. He's 1 for 3 overall. Roll you up another one there, Luke. Fastball pounds, strike one. Lost the hat again.
Something, too, Ben, with the park. Kind of seeing some shade creep over from the third base side.
You know, I just noticed that.
Wouldn't expect to see that, at least without grandstands or anything like that. Some of the trees behind us on Cumberland becoming helpful for the fielders.
Could be the clown coverage as well. Throw over to first, trying to catch the new man at first. David Compage leaning. We need those pine trees back there on Stewart to be a little taller. Someone could tell me the rate at which pine trees grow. Now he steps off to third. Loving catch, just fires to second. Tag applied by Jonathan Lane and the Lions with a pickoff play. Throw to third, runner takes off for second, and North Alabama erases one runner. 2 outs, still a runner at third, and the situation changes.
The old 154 put out on that one. And a great play. That great situational awareness play. I don't know if you could hear it over the mics, but the dugout immediately screaming runners because he took off immediately on the pickoff. Great play by the Lions.
Comes back in with a breaking ball. Help me with the count here, Grant. A lot's happened.
I believe there's a 1-2 count.
You think 0-2?
0-2.
We think 1-2 or 0-2. We'll find out right here.
We'll go somewhere.
Here we go. We'll find out after this pitch. Low and away.
It wasn't
Now
0-2
it's 1-2.
count. Yeah, there you go.
You're right over there, 0-2. So here we go. 1-2 count, runner at third. Davenport would love to leave him there. He's already stranded runners at first and second. In the sixth, chance to do it again. 1-2 try. Fastball down and away. Counts worked back even.
Not a bad miss there from Davenport either. Just off the edge of the plate. Something you want when you're ahead in the count like that.
Let's try the 2-2. Fouled back. Cleared the netting. So we'll get a new baseball. Don't know what happened on the throw from home plate umpire Luke Weems, but it kind of bounced to Davenport.
Wonder if he's kind of helping him with that sun as well. You kind of see Delgado now. He'll lean over and kind of throw it sidearm back to Davenport to avoid the sun.
Davenport comes set. Runner at third, a 2-2 again. Lifted high, right field side, first base side. Kraska dancing around, can't find it, but the captain, Jonathan Lanes, there squeezes the mitt for the third and final out. Bisons with a big-time threat. Luke Davenport leaves the runner at third. The Lions with a pickoff move to help for the second out, and we'll stretch it out here in Florence. North Alabama 6, Lipscomb 4. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Left, you don't only see the purple monster, but you see some beautiful clouds rolling in. White, puffy clouds. Looks like a giant pillow you could just jump into,
Yep.
bounce around up in the sky. North Alabama is bouncing around a 6-4 lead over the Lipscomb Bisons. Lions try to even up this series at 1 game apiece. North Alabama's in the hunt for the ASUN tournament. Top 4 from each division get in. Lions currently 4th in the gold division. Same record as Central Arkansas. So you talk about this weekend against Lipscomb, EKU next weekend here, Central Arkansas after that. You're talking about the biggest games at the Division I level for UNA baseball coming up. We have not played meaningful baseball in May in a long time, and it is fun. Here we go. We've stretched it out. Lions lead it 6-4.
Substitution for Lipscomb, number 25, Jacob Tobias will enter. He will play for Pierce Parks Bauk out and left.
First pitch of the inning to Wes Walker, swung on, foul back. Lions sent 8 to the plate in the 6th thanks to 5 walks. 5 walks equals 2 runs. Bison's gift North Alabama the lead. Second pitch of the inning. Walker stares at it away. And now Walker swaps around to that left-handed side where he primarily hits. Young freshman with some promising pop. Stares at another one low. He grabs a 2-1 advantage. Two-one, high pop. Back out of play over the home dugout. And we stare at a 2-2 even count.
Walker's been a big bat for North Alabama in this ballpark. See if we can get something going here in the 8th, or 7th, excuse me.
The 2-2. High, and he's worked it full. We've seen these Lipscomb relievers come in and struggle to throw strikes. Colin Bosley Smith, the new pitcher, he got the final 3 outs in the 6th. Here we go, the payoff. Another mile-high pop. This gets out of play. Grant's added his pullover. I'm about to have to adjust some things to access my pullover. This is what we thought it was going to be like when we got out here.
Yeah.
So we reload for another full count dance. The payoff. Leg kick. Fires. Lined right back up the middle on a hop fielded by Holm behind the bag. Long throw. High throw. It's fielded. Walker's retired by a step.
That time Holm was shaded towards the middle of the field. Able to catch that one on a hop and retire Walker for out number 1.
Ryan West is 0 for 2. He got the 6th inning rally started with a leadoff walk. Where he thought he had the hit, they called it back, said he found it off of his foot, and ended up drawing the walk. First pitch he sees, he takes as that one bounces well in front of the plate. It went above the catcher and caught home plate umpire Luke Weems.
Everybody behind the plate, both catchers, home plate umpire Luke Weems taking a beating back there today.
He took that one like a champ.
Goes to immediately ask for some more baseballs.
Fastball called strike, counts evened up 1-1. One at the knees. Makes it a 2-1 count.
West kind of enters with that narrow stance. He gets a big leg kick.
2-1. High pop, first base side. McNeely Jr. in foul ground looking for it. I don't know if he has it. Backpedaling, he does, just in front of the Coca-Cola sign for out number 2.
Say, Ben, the majority of the infield now in shade, the middle part being in sunshine, and depending on how that angle looked from home, there's just a slight sliver of home plate in the sun. And kind of interesting to see if that was a sun to shade kind of moment for the first baseman, Keneally. Would have been a tough play for him.
Jonathan Lane has walked and scored. He's 0 for 2 overall. 205 career hits. Looking for 206. Fastball pounded in there. First strike. So now you see shadows all over the left side, all over the right side, and it's almost shining down on the Lion logo out there in center. The light is the 0-1 low. It's a 1-1 count. The mound kind of halfway between shade and sun. The right side of the mound in some shade, the left side in sun. 1-1 delivery. Lane tips it back, and that gets Jake Berg. Tell you what, everyone behind home plate taking a pounding.
courtesy from home plate umpire Luke Weems. He walked that ball out to Bosley Smith.
Hey, first time we've seen
There we
somebody
go.
wipe the plate.
I was
There
just
we
about
go.
to say that.
They wiped the beads off the plate. One ball, two strikes. Lane goes fishing for one upstairs. He goes down swinging, and that puts a close to the 7th inning. Lions need 6 more outs to even up this series at a game apiece. It's North Alabama 6, Lipscomb 4. You're listening to North Alabama Baseball on 93.9 The Score.
WYTK Roger.
Eighth inning here at Bank Independent Stadium from Mike D. Lane Field. Benjamin Ray Grant Wakefield. Blair back at the 93.9 command station. Ty Coulter here producing on site. North Alabama leads Lipscomb 6-4. Lions trying to force a decisive Game 3 tomorrow. That is set for a 1 p.m. start. Knock on wood. We should play that game at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We shall see, though. Interesting thing right there, Grant. We're talking about the sun a lot as we're really getting to know this ballpark. It's beaming down from home plate to center field, and on the throwdown to second, Leighton Jenkins could not see the ball coming. So it could make base running a big option. Bisons head to work, down 2 runs. UNA leads at 6-4. Luke Davenport on the mound. His first pitch of the inning, breaking ball inside, ball 1. To Damian McNeely Jr., the first baseman, who's 1 for 2 today. Strikeout, hit by pitch, and a single to his line. He was 2 for 4 last night, so he's got 3 hits for the series, the 1-0. Breaking ball, that one's in there to even the count up 1-1. North Alabama trying to create some distance from Bellarmine and EKU, nipping at the heels of the Lions. 1-1 inside, make it a 2-1 count. Lions would like to make the Atlantic Sun Tournament for the first time in program history. This one stroked in the air towards left. Ryan West towards the foul line, and he'll watch this one get out of play in the construction zone.
And I believe with the substitution that Rippon has moved over to left and West is now playing right.
They pulled the old switcheroo on us. Davenport watches this one hop up the third base side foul.
Similar numbers too, so that made it even.
Davenport comes set. This one's grounded towards second. Lane plays it on the second hop over to Krask at first. And Luke Davenport retires the leadoff man. This is his second clean inning of work. He entered out of the pen in the 6th with 2 on, got 3 outs. In the 7th, he walked a batter, then hit a batter, then got the final 3 outs thanks to a nice pickoff play. Threw to third, got the runner at second. So first time he's retired, the leadoff man of a clean start. And it's Jake Berg, the batter, who's hit a solo homer back in the 2nd, singled and walked. He takes a first pitch strike. Davenport breaking ball. He's got an 0-2 advantage. Now Davenport almost all the way in the shade. A little bit of sun poking through. As the only sun is right up the middle now, where Jenkins is behind the bag at short, where Alex Wilson is in center field. Church parking lot completely shaded. The 0-2 ball foul up the first baseline. Kraska gloves in foul ground, and we'll reset.
I didn't realize this, Ben. The sun is not really setting until near 8 o'clock. Now, anyway, last night driving to the ballpark, there's still a little bit of sunshine out there.
Got those long days.
Yep.
Davenport looking for out number 2. He's got an 0-2 pitch right here. Long Lacombe. Glove at his belt. Leg kick fires. Little downstairs to make it a 1-2 count. One away, top of the 8th. That pitch off the mid of Delgado. It's a ball. Evens the count up 2-2.
So it again there, Weems, home plate umpire Luke Weems bounced the ball up to Davenport just to avoid the sun once more.
Long at bat. Davenport would like to end it here. His 2-2. Fastball low, loads it up. Back-to-back batters with a full count now. Can't really see through the bullpen. Looks like there is somebody throwing. Once more, the 3-2. Tipped into the mid of Delgado. There's strike 3 for out number 2. Second strikeout for Luke Davenport to put 2 away here in the 8th. Got the 8-hole hitter Ryan Alston next, who's 0 for 2 with a walk.
Davenport has entered and has been very good for North Alabama. Outside of the trouble he faced in the 7th, he's been really good.
First pitch, strike 1. Left-handed Ryan Alston. 2 for 5 last night in the Lipscomb win. Popped up to left, walked, struck out in the 6th in his last 3 ABs. The 0-1 with 2 outs. Let's make it an 0-2. That one's in there perfect. Davenport would love another 3 up, 3 down frame here.
We talk about it night in, night out, Ben. When pitchers get in the rhythm, they move quickly and move at their pace. Davenport's doing that now.
His 0-2. Low and away. Puts a ball up on the board. Losing that hat a lot. Quickly set. 1 ball, 2 strikes, looking for the final out. Fires. Just a tidbit outside, even the count up at 2-2. Both dugouts, active chatter, from what I can tell. Clean, active chatter, no jawing.
Yep.
It's been a fun game. 2-2. Another full count. That one's high and away. Third full count of the inning. Davenport's gone ground out, strike out. Jenkins still in the shortstop side of the second base bag, but playing in the center field turf. Jonathan Lane in shallow right field. Ryan West stands just in front of the warning track. Petey Kraska up the line. The payoff. Swung on and missed. Luke Davenport, a perfect 3-up, 3-down frame. Back-to-back strikeouts. And North Alabama looks for some insurance. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Hopefully the last time we see the Lion bats. It's North Alabama 6, Lipscomb 4. You're listening to North Alabama Baseball on 93.9 The Score. We groove it into the 8th. North Alabama with a 6-4 lead. Benjamin Ray, Grant Wakefield, Ty Coulter hanging out here at Mike D. Lane Field at Bank Independence Stadium. Blair back at the 93.9 Control Center. You're tuning in looking for Atlanta Braves baseball. They're in a rain delay. Game 2 of the Dodgers. Apparently, they just announced in the ballpark there's a 40% discount on food and non-alcoholic beverages. So that tells you that they would like to play, although they have tarped the field. Here we go. Bryant Loving leads off the inning. North Alabama leads at 6-4. Lions would love some insurance. Colin Bosley Smith out of the pen. He's the third pitcher to work. This is his third inning. There's a first pitch strike.
The Braves ran a similar deal like that when we were over there for the West Georgia series, or West Georgia football game back in September.
Pitch in the turf, ball 1. The infamous 9-for-9 game from Mike Ezekiel. He ate 9 hot dogs in 9 innings, and it was tough. 1-1 foul back. Loving has reached on 3 times today with 2 walks, an RBI single back in the 4th. And he goes down swinging here to open up the home 8th. 1 away. Layton Jenkins is the batter. Jenkins was the first Lion to greet Colin Bosley Smith. He entered after Jake Lynch threw 1 pitch high. Lynch had just walked 3 straight batters. Jenkins ended up drawing the walk. First pitch again upstairs, ball 1 to Layton Jenkins. Jenkins playing his best baseball here at the end of the year.
What you want to see out of a veteran leader in North Alabama.
Big swing. And it's a 1-1 count. I'll tell you what, the Sirens have been active this evening. Here's the 1-1. That one misses everyone, goes right above the backstop. And it's a 2-1 count. Two-one popped up behind home plate. Berg sheds the mask. watches it go out of play. I think we got a 2-2 count.
I believe you're right. I believe Luke Weems just agreed with that.
Make it a full count. That one low at the toes. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jenkins, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Waits the pitch, low, he draws the walk. Saw 2 strikes, worked it back full, and he stands at first base. It's the 6th batter walked by these Lipscomb pitchers. And we go to the top of the order. Riker Billingsley's 0 for 2. He entered as a pinch hitter in the 5th after Alex Wilson went 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. And Leighton Jenkins dances back on a soft throw to first. Shows bunt, pulls back. The appeal down, he did not go. He wants to call time and ditch the shades. I did the same thing before this inning.
Field completely, I'd say completely in darkness. You do have the batter's eye. That could be an issue, too. The batter's
glare
sun,
off the batter's eye, yeah.
See how that works out as we play on.
Head to the twilight hour, the 1-0, big swing, make it a 1-1 count. Still getting to know this park. Lions have enjoyed being at home. Throw over to first. Jenkins not a large lead. He pretty much jumped right back onto the bag head first. Oh, and a bonk issued. Both first base and home plate umpire called it. Did I catch it, you ask? No.
Second ball of the game issue, third of the weekend as well. One was issued back in the first inning of game 1 last night. Something you don't see often.
Checks the runner at second. Jenkins, small lead. 1-1, little looper. Easy catch for the shortstop home for the second out. There's Nash Rippon getting a second AB. He struck out as a pinch hitter in the 6th. You know that we've changed our setup with the threat of rain where the music is inside the dugout. And that's been nice for us. So we can actually talk as the walk-up music's played. Here's Nick Patton wants a word with Nash Rippon. Rippon now playing in the left field.
Home plate umpire Luke Weems came up to break up the huddle. That was the second called offensive timeout for North Alabama in this one. I believe 2 is the max you can get.
Rippon taps the plate. Comes set. 2 outs, runner at second. Lions would like a 3-run cushion, leading by 2 right now. Breaking ball away, ball 1. Rippon the lefty. Back foot in the very back of the box. Front foot halfway, even with home plate. The 1-0, fastball at the knees, calm ball. And Rippon has a 2-0 advantage.
Great take from Rippon there. That one has been a strike the majority of the day, but able to watch that one all the way through the zone and work ahead in the hitter's count here.
2-0, Rippin smashes it high. Left side of the infield. Coppage says he's got it. Now he gives way to the shortstop dancing around. Holmes underneath it for the third and final out. Here we go. The Lions need three. 3 outs to even up this series at 1 game apiece. We jump into the ninth with Alabama 6, Lipscomb 4. We've got the finish coming up next. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. The ball game is Luke Davenport's. He enters here in the ninth. He's worked 3 innings, has not allowed a hit or a run. He's walked a batter. He's hit a batter. He's registered 3 strikeouts. As he works the 9th inning, he'll face the 9-hole hitter before we go back to the top of the order. For the 5th time, Colin Gata set to lead off. He has walked, lined out to second, popped up to the catcher. Lions need 3 outs to even up this series at 1 game apiece. Benjamin Murray, Grant Wakefield, Ty Coulter on site. Blair back at the station. Here's the first pitch of the 9th. Breaking ball, just misses, ball 1. Davenport was grooving in the 8th. Ground out, strikeout, all on full counts. That was his 53rd pitch. Breaking ball low, he's behind 2-0. His longest outing is 3 2/3 against Alabama. 3 hits, 2 runs, none earned. He did walk 2.
That game he started in, that was his first career start.
His 2-0 upstairs, and he's down 3-0. He also worked 3 1/3 of relief in the 5-4 loss to Lipscomb. He gave up 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. But his last 4 outings, he's gone save, win, save, loss, as that one bounces for ball 4. Davenport puts the leadoff man on. There's an arm up and throwing in the North Alabama bullpen. I believe that's Gavin Oswald, who first started getting warm back in about the 3rd inning. So tying run comes to the plate. Aaron Stelianis. He is singled, popped up, hit into an inning-ending double play. He also ended the 6th. So Davenport works with a man at first, his first offering. There's a strike. After 4 straight out of the zone, he comes back with a first pitch strike.
Great job by Davenport. Flushing the last AB, able to work back in there, get a first pitch strike, get back on track here.
Davenport is in line for the win. The 0-1. There's a called strike. It's an 0-2 count.
Really attacked Stelianis here. Stelianis put the ball in play, all 4 of his at bats so far. Of course, just the 1 hit to show.
Runner at first. Davenport fires. Swung on and missed. That's strike 3. No throw down to first. For Davenport, that's his 4th K in the first out. The Lions need 2 more.
Big first out from Davenport there. Great breaking ball. Got him to chase on a ball in the dirt. Now, you get the leadoff hitter for Lipscomb to strike out, and you go through this lineup. That's once again a big first out.
Brady Miller sees him for the 2nd time. He walked against him in the 7th. He's 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. First pitch, strike 1 from Davenport. Nearly lost the hat again. Tell you what, now we got blue skies, pink clouds. Reminds me of the old Dr. Mario Tetris game, the blue and pink for you old Nintendo fans. Ball bounces about 3 feet in front of home plate for a ball. The count's evened up 1-1.
The lights becoming more of a factor in the ballpark as well.
Lions need 2 outs, leading at 6-4 here in the 9th. One. That's a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Davenport falls behind. Two-one breaking ball, skied high, right field side. Long run for West. He's there. He's underneath it. And that's the 2nd out. 1 more out needed for North Alabama with a tying run at the plate. As correction, Alex Wade has taken over in right field. That was Alex Wade registering the out. And Riker Billingsley's in center. Here we go. First time we've seen Jacob Tobias at the plate. He's the Bison's final hope. Davenport trying to get the win. First pitch. Called strike 1.
Tobias enters a .248 hitter. Be the 41st game he's played in, 31 hits on the season.
Chopper back to Davenport off of his mitt. Rolls toward right. Jonathan Lane was breaking to the bag at second. Davenport thought he had it, and it just ricocheted right out of there. And we play on here in the 9th as the Bisons put the tying run aboard. 2 outs, runners at first and second, and David Coppage steps in.
Tough break for Davenport there. Went to run, make the easy flip to first to end the ball game, and just lost it out of his mitt.
So the 2-out single puts 2 aboard. Here we go, Coppage. 1 for 4 today. Davenport will try again. Why not? First pitch to Coppage. Bounces. Delgado knocks it down. No chance to get anybody. Ball 1.
Great block again by Delgado. Kept that in front of him and almost had Gata leaning over at second.
Here comes the 1-0. That's a called strike. It's a 1-1. Runners at first and second. North Alabama leads at 6-4. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs. Davenport a 1-1. Low downstairs. Delgado sheds the mask, pops up. Davenport's down 2-1 now. Here we go, the 2-1. Checks the runner at second, fires, pitch upstairs. Davenport's in danger of walking. The bases loaded. Can he find it right here? He's thrown 69 pitches. Pitch number 70, the 3-1. Runners get a head start. Big swing, big miss. Full count. Runners at second and third. So the tying run in scoring position now. David Coppich trying to come through for Lipscomb. And let's have some fun with a 3-2 dance right here. Both dugouts on their toes. Davenport set. Fires. The payoff. High fly ball to left, and the Bisons have grabbed the lead as that conquers the monster. A 2-out full count bomb, and David Coppich has just given Lipscomb a 7-6 lead. Devastating for North Alabama. One batter prior, you thought that was the final out. Now momentum resides in the first base dugout. Delgado out to chat with Davenport. Could this be the end of the line for the freshman who was so great until that moment?
That's what I'm going to say. Really, first real mistake we've seen from Davenport today. Left that one in a full count. Had done a great job to work that count back full. And just left it over the heart of the plate, and Coppich drives it into left field.
So North Alabama plays from behind now. Looks like the Bisons want to have a little chat as a team. Tough for Davenport. He's been so good tonight. Did not give up a hit till that ball ricocheted off of his glove. So here we go. Lions play from behind, 7-6, 2 outs here in the ninth. Still time to rally, just down 1. First pitch to Kai Holm, low, ball 1. Davenport's trying to find his composure now. His 1-0. Breaking ball, again a bit tall. And he's in a 2-0 hole.
Davenport here just needs to work back in. Find that first pitch strike.
His 2-0. Hit on the ground is short. Jenkins sits back. Fields throw to first a little low. Krasker reaches down for that elusive third and final out. Down to 2 outs. A full count pitch. A 3-run bomb from David Kopchich. As the Bisons on top, now it's North Alabama's turn to try to rally. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Lipscomb 7, North Alabama 6. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Put on your rally hats. Time for North Alabama to do what the Bisons of Lipscomb just did. We open up the ninth inning. It's Lipscomb 7, North Alabama 6. The Lions have had the lead since the 6th inning. Unfortunately, full count, 2 outs. The Bisons send it out of the park, but now North Alabama's got the heart of the order due up. Benjamin Ray, Grant Wakefield on hand for this rally. Grant, we got a new pitcher for Lipscomb.
Yeah, Brock Puckett enters. Be the 15th appearance for him on the season. He has a 2-3 record, a 3.94 ERA. He does have 2 saves recorded on the season, worked 16 innings of work, 13 hits, 10 runs, 7 of which were earned, 18 strikeouts to 14 walks. He also worked 2 innings against UNA back on March 30th, gave up a hit, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk. And then he last worked on last Saturday, a week ago, against Eastern Kentucky. Worked an inning there, 2 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned in that one as well.
All righty, so let's do this. Let's have some fun at the mic. Petey Kraska leads off. So you got your best hitters right here. All with power, all could do it.
Right where you want to be if you're North Alabama here.
Kraska 1 for 3 tonight. Big fellas do. Ground out in the 1st and 3rd, singled in the 5th, walked in a run in the 6th. His first time seeing Puckett. The righty comes set, fires, low, fastball, ball 1.
Lions, I expect to be patient at the plate here. First time the hitters have seen Puckett. Make him throw some pitches, be able to see something from him early on.
He takes one in. He's got a 2-0 count, and immediately a Lipscomb timeout. They've seen a lot of their relief pitchers come in, throw pitches out of the zone.
Last couple times, Coach Foreham been very quick. The second one of those relievers get in trouble, he's sprinting out of the dugout to go talk to him. And we'll see. And being one of your favorite stats, how does this affect Puckett here?
Post-mound visit results. 2 straight out of the zone. And Kraska steps in. The lefty enters, hitting .326 on the season. 2 homers, 22 RBI. That's the second most on the team. Tips that one back into the mid of Berg. Makes it a 2-1 count.
Big cut from Kraska there.
Another big swing, and Kraska's got an even count now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two. Kraska hammers that one foul up the first base line. That ball sliced foul in a hurry. Once more, the 2-2. And Kraska goes down swinging for out number 1. So Matthew Delgado steps in. He already has 2 singles today. He's 2 for 4. The righty steps in. Swings at the first offering, shoots it foul over towards the Lipscomb dugout. Caught the pole on the fence. The 0-1 upstairs. We got a 1-1 count. We need one more person to log in and watch this game on Twitter. We're sitting at 299. Delgado watches that one bounce on the plate. He has a 2-1 advantage.
UNA here just need a base runner. You're going to get something going with that. Don't need to try to tie it in one swing. Just get a runner on and go from there.
Big swing there. As I said that, we just added 2. 301. There we go. Two on the way. Little flare towards short, easy run in for a home for out number 2, and the Lions are down to 2 outs. This has the potential to be a heartbreaker. Kind of how the first series up in Nashville was. Wes Walker, the batter.
Of course, up in Nashville, Bryson Parrish threw a gem on Friday night in game 1 of that series, and then followed by 2 heartbreaking losses for UNA.
First pitch to the lefty, Walker in the dirt for a ball. Now Luke Weems has the full throw to first as we're totally underneath the lights. On the ground, this has a chance. Diving stop by the second baseman Miller. Throws a roller to first. And wow, he retires Wes Walker. A web gem to finish it. A diving effort from Brady Miller. And the Lions go down in the 9th. North Alabama drops game 2. The Bisons take this series. Final score, Lipscomb 7. North Alabama 6. We'll be back to recap the loss after this. You're listening to UNA Baseball on 93.9 The Score. Hampton Inn and Suites downtown. Tough night here at the mic. North Alabama drops it 7-6. The Bisons a 3-run home run in the 9th inning with 2 on, 2 outs, a full count pitch. Still can't believe it happened. That is the game of baseball. It'll rip your heart out just like that. Benjamin and Grant Wakefield back to wrap things up. And Grant, unfortunately for North Alabama, had all the makings out there to take this one, but you lose. Just an absolute heartbreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a heartbreaking moment for North Alabama in this one. Had the rally, the bats were going today, and you had 2 good outings from Anthony Pinchton and Luke Davenport, and you got to give credit where credit's due. Lipscomb down to their last chances. They battled in the 9th. Started with what would be a leadoff walk. And there again, we talk about leadoff walks coming around to score. And it did. And they battled in the 9th, and they took this one from North Alabama.
So the Lions will try to bounce back tomorrow. Sunday we'll be back for the conclusion, and after dropping games 1 and 2, the Lions will try to salvage this series. Not entirely sure who will start. We anticipate it being Bryson Parrish, and Grant, he was really good last time out against Lipscomb. However, he has been a little banged up of late. So which Bryson Parrish will you get? But I know this. If there's anybody I want to take that mound tomorrow, Bryson Parrish is my first pick.
Absolutely. He's been the glue guy, the leader for North Alabama from right here in Florence, Alabama. And he's been really good, and that's the beauty of baseball, right? You have a game like last night where you couldn't really get nothing going offensively. and then you come back and you just a tough heartbreaker today, but it's a brand new day tomorrow. Hopefully, knock on some wood, the sun will come up tomorrow morning, and we'll get to do this one more time. And you can still salvage a game in this series, and nonetheless, that'll be a big part of your run to the ASUN tournament as we play on here in the May.
So we'll see if we can bounce back tomorrow. Grant and I will be with you right at 1 p.m. tomorrow on 93.9 The Score, as well as on all of our social channels as well. We appreciate Ty Coulter hanging out with us for the first time, running the social stream. Thanks to Blair back at 93.9 The Score. Greg Thornton for carrying this game as always. For Grant Wakefield, my broadcast partner, I'm Benjamin Ray, saying Roar Lions.